Chapter 453. The golden-feathered heavenly goose is a demonic beast on the heavenly beast ranking. It's not weak. Du Xiaofu looked at Qin Zijiang in the sky. Her arms had transformed into the wings of the golden-feathered heavenly goose. Golden talisman patterns spread across her body. Her aura seemed to have some faint bloodline connection with the golden-winged Great Peng. Tianhu Empire, Qin Zijiang wins. On the city gate tower, the great Han expert saw that Du Yi had not gotten up for a long time and had no choice but to announce the result of the battle. Du Yi had lost, and lost miserably. Following the announcement of the result, everyone sighed and sighed. There were also members of the Du family who immediately went to help Du Yi up. In the air, Qin Zijiang flapped her wings slightly. She looked at the Stone Dragon Empire's line-up on the city gate tower and said softly with some arrogance, "Who's next from the Stone Dragon Empire? Come. I'll go." In the front row of the city gate tower, Cheng Xingnan stood up. Her clothes accentuated her slender legs and slim waist. There was a hint of coolness in her elegant temperament. She tapped the ground with the tip of her foot and immediately swept across the sky. Tsk tsk. In a short moment, a graceful figure swept across the sky. Cheng Xingnan stood proudly in the air. Her slender body was like a proud snow lotus. She looked at Qin Zijiang and opened her red lips slightly. Her voice rang out, "Stone Dragon Empire, Cheng Xingnan. So it's the first princess, the proud daughter of the Divine Light Court. It's a pity that although the first princess's ranking is not low in the Divine Light Court, it's not high either." Qin Zijiang looked at Cheng Xingnan. Her eyes were dazzled. She flapped her wings and looked down on everything. "It's enough to deal with you." Cheng Xingnan raised her eyes slightly, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Her delicate face was moving, and she was undoubtedly a peerless beauty. At this moment, her voice was just as calm. However, at this moment, profound energy rippled out from her delicate body. "Let me see how strong the disciples of the Divine Light Court are." Qin Zijiang's lips curved into a smile. She flapped her wings and golden light burst out. Her body was like a golden goose pouncing on its prey. She was as fast as lightning, and her aura as disdainful as thunder. Her mighty aura Heavenly Dragon Empire, Gods, Cheng Xingnan. "She's so fast." Looking at Qin Zijiang's terrifying speed, many people's expressions changed as they watched nervously. At this moment, all eyes on the city gate tower were nervously looking at the graceful figure. The first princess Cheng Xingnan rarely showed her face in the imperial capital, and rarely returned to the imperial capital. She had always been cultivating in the Divine Light Court, and had never fought in the imperial capital. Therefore, no one knew what level the first princess Cheng Xingnan's cultivation had reached. Was calm. "Is Du's Princess Du you Luan King Du King Nn's great heavenly Luz Nn her Princess Nin Princess. She was the only one from the imperial Qing family to show up this time, which attracted the attention of many old people. Boom! Qin Zijiang leaped into the air like a real golden goose diving down. She flapped her right wing again, producing a series of clanging noises. A golden wing swept across the sky. Layers upon layers of golden mist turned into a windstorm, carrying traces of the power of stars. Instantly, a blinding golden light soared into the sky, suppressing Cheng Xingnan. Cheng Xingnan moved. Just as Qin Zijiang's silhouette grew larger and larger in her eyes, her beautiful face remained as calm as ever. Her clear eyes shone with runic light as her jade-white hands swept through the air. She didn't evade, but met the attack head-on. Whoosh! In that instant, First Princess Cheng Xingnan revealed her vast and mighty cultivation strength. Waves of profound energy surged from within her delicate body, and her speed grew faster and faster. Suddenly, her hand seals changed. Her slender hand moved, and a palm print shot out. The palm print was wrapped in talisman runes, and a radiance blossomed like a bright moon in the sky, directly blocking Qin Zijiang's wing. A wing and a palm collided, causing the air in the surrounding space to ripple in an unstoppable manner. Dazzling runes shattered one after another, causing the countless gazes in the surroundings to shudder in fear when they collided. Just now, Du-Yi was fiercely defeated with a single touch. Would the first princess be able to withstand it now? Rumble, in midair, waves of chi billowed to the heavens as the two attacks collided. Runes and astonishing power were constantly erupting from the collision. The ground of the plaza trembled violently as the terrifying energy seemed to want to tear the space apart. At this moment, Princess Qing Xingnan was wrapped in dazzling light. Her beautiful face was holy and noble. The light from her body was like a full moon halo, enveloping her graceful body. From afar, her graceful and slender body looked even more extraordinary and noble. She is also at the martial marquis realm. The princess is indeed stronger than Du-Yi. Her aura seems to be stronger than Qin Zijiang's. She is almost at the middle stage of the martial marquis realm. On the city gate tower there was a great deal of astonishment. At this moment, Princess Qing Xingnan's aura had erupted without any reservation. She had reached the martial marquis realm, and was at the middle stage of the martial marquis realm. She is not weak. She is also very beautiful. Du Xiaofu looked at the slender and graceful figure in the air, the corners of his mouth curling into an indifferent arc. She is indeed a disciple of the Light Palace. Qin Zijiang's eyes narrowed. At the same time, her left wing vibrated and swept out. Golden light once again swept towards Princess Qing Xingnan. The mighty aura intensified. At this moment, Qing Xingnan's bright eyes moved slightly. The full moon halo was enshrouding her. It was breathtaking and peerless. At the same time, Qing Xingnan's left hand also moved. There was a sudden explosion of terrifying runes in her palm. A ball of dazzling light bloomed, producing a buzzing sound of wind and thunder. An ancient and terrifying aura rushed out, and the terrifying fluctuations caused the world to tremble. What a strong, oppressive aura! Under such a terrifying aura, the hearts of the spectators inexplicably gushed with fear. A terrifying pressure descended on this part of the sky, causing people to tremble and almost collapse to the ground. Buzz! A green and white sword appeared in Princess Qing Xingnan's left hand. The sword was very blunt and thick, but it was incomparably sharp. Multicolored light suddenly soared into the sky, accompanied by a murderous aura that swept across the sky. It channeled the energy of heaven and earth, causing the world to tremble. This is a Dao weapon, a middle-grade Dao weapon. Du Xiaofu was shocked. He immediately felt the terror of the green-white sword. The green-white sword had actually reached the level of a middle-grade Dao artifact. It is not a weak Dao weapon. Du Xiaoyao licked her lips with her pale golden spirit eyes fluctuating. Stone Dragon Tempest Sword. Stone Dragon Tempest Sword, a middle-grade Dao weapon. It is the most precious treasure of the Stone Dragon Empire. It has always been in the hands of the Emperor and is regarded as a token of the Empire. I didn't expect Emperor Qing to pass it to Princess Qing Xingnan. Princess Qing Xingnan has the Stone Dragon Tempest Sword. This is probably arranged by Emperor Qing for this kingdom war. On the city tower, an old man suddenly exclaimed in shock. Even the Protector King and North Vanquishing King's eyes fluctuated. Buzz buzz, as Qin Zijiang's left wing swept out, Princess Qing Xingnan waved her hand and the Stone Dragon Tempest sword in her hand swept out. Sword light flashed with an incomparably powerful aura. Accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder, vast and mighty ripples swept out like an ocean, as if they were tearing through space. In the end, they ruthlessly landed on Qin Zijiang's left wing. Chi-chi, the sword light surged and rose. Multicolored light filled the sky as wind and thunder resounded in the sky. Then, under countless trembling gazes, where the sword light passed, the golden wings were directly shattered. Starting from Qin Zijiang's arm and extending to her entire shoulder, the golden wings, which were several zhang in length, were directly cut off. Then, they turned into several palm-sized pieces that floated in the air. Pucci, as the light bloomed, Qin Zijiang spat out a mouthful of blood. She immediately retreated step by step and her face became extremely pale. The rune energy disappeared and the dazzling light receded. Qin Zijiang floated in the air with dark red blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. She looked at Princess Qing Xingnan in front of her with a complicated expression. She opened her mouth and said, "You are indeed a disciple of the Temple of Light. You also have the Stone Dragon Tempest sword in your hand. I am indeed no match for you. You win this battle." Qin Zijiang put away the golden wing that floated in the air. She pointed at the void and immediately flew away. She returned to the Tianhu Empire's formation on the city tower. Princess Qing Shengnan wins. On the city tower, the burly man's voice suddenly resounded in the air and spread out. Princess Qing Shengnan. Princess Qing Shengnan. Princess Qing Shengnan. Inside and outside of the square, voices of excitement suddenly resounded through the clouds, and the entire square was in an uproar. Elder sister is so powerful. Second Princess Qing Yin smiled. Although her youthful face was not as beautiful as first Princess Qing Shengnan, it was still extremely moving. Tianhu Empire, humph. Qing Chao snorted coldly, her eyes filled with arrogance. Then, she glanced at the Du household's formation and revealed some cold arrogance and disdain. "I can't win. Cousin, I'll leave it to you." Qin Zijiang's figure landed on the Tianhu Empire's formation. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and then said to a girl sitting beside her. "Okay." The woman stood up gracefully. Her red lips parted slightly, her waist was slender, and her figure was graceful. Her black hair was soft and smooth, and her delicate appearance revealed an extraordinary bearing. She was absolutely not an ordinary woman, and her bearing was difficult to compare to. As her voice fell, the girl lightly tapped the ground with the tip of her foot. Her figure floated in the air like duckweed, and then she flew away. Chapter 454. Tianhu Empire, Mu Xian. Mu Xian, I've heard of you, direct disciple of the Sky Serpent sect. Qing Xingnan looked at Mu Xian, her eyes and face moving slightly. The stone dragon wind and thunder sword in her hand was suffused with light. Mu Xian looked at Qing Xingnan, her lips curling slightly, her teeth faintly visible. "I've also heard of you, disciple of the Radiant Palace." As her voice fell, Mu Xian flipped her jade-white palm, and a green snake sword appeared in her hand. Its shape was agile, like a spirit snake gliding through the air. Light suddenly bloomed and spread. Boom! As the green snake sword appeared, dazzling runes suddenly shot into the sky, and waves of energy gathered like a storm, lingering in the surroundings. "This is my sect's Azure Sun Boundless Sword, a middle-grade Dao weapon. Make your move." As Mu Xian's voice fell, the Azure Sun Boundless Sword in her hand spread like a green sun, its power spreading and suppressing the sky. "It should taste good, I really want to eat it." Seeing Mu Xian's Azure Sun Boundless Sword, Du Xiaoyao's eyes lit up again, and her saliva was about to fall out. "Another middle-grade Dao weapon, it's really good to have a background and foundation." Du Xiaofu looked at the sky in front of him and sighed. It was difficult for a martial king realm expert to possess a middle-grade Taoist weapon. Even a martial royal realm expert who was close to the legendary level might not necessarily possess a middle-grade Taoist weapon. At this moment, Mu Xian and First Princess Qing Xingnan both had middle-grade Dao weapons, which made Du Xiaofu sigh. However, thinking that he had the Tyrant Shadow and the more powerful purple-gold Heavenly Palace that he could not use yet, Du Xiaofu's heart immediately calmed down. Two gorgeous ladies were standing in the air. Both of them were peerlessly beautiful, and both of them could cause men to suddenly lose their souls. Under the attentive gazes of the crowd, the two beautiful figures in midair closed their eyes after their eyes met. After the two ladies closed their eyes, their beautiful faces immediately became solemn and sacred. Both of them were enveloped by light, and their moving faces were unforgettable. Buzz buzz. At this moment, the treasured swords in their jade-like hands floated in front of them, emitting a clanging sound. Multicolored light flourished, and mysterious runes spread out, constantly emitting a dazzling light. Swish, swish. With a bang, the two treasured swords in midair moved. Both of them emitted a dazzling glow of talisman markings, and their auras surged. The radiance on the green sun boundless sword was like the sun as it clashed against the stone dragon tempest sword. Wave after wave of terrifying sword radiance exploded out, surging out like waves of the sea. Inside the stone dragon wind and thunder sword, a buzzing sound of wind and thunder resounded, transforming into 9 identical treasured swords. All of them had runes flashing about, forming a sword formation. Sword radiance erupted, gushing with energy, connecting head to tail. Wherever they passed, the plaza below would continuously crack. The two frightening middle-grade Tao treasures instantly clashed in midair. Both of them tumbled, emitting a dazzling light, and erupting with power. The green sun boundless sword's power was terrifying. Sword radiance wreaked havoc, like the roaring waves of the sea, setting off monstrous waves. Each wave was more frightening than the previous one, and mysterious runes surged, suppressing the sky. The stone dragon wind and thunder sword had many transformations, and the sword formation was astonishing. Wind and thunder resounded, and mysterious runes shone brightly in the sky, shocking everyone's soul. The two treasured swords clashed, tearing apart the heavens and the earth, as if wanting to overturn the space. It was like a sea of swords occupying the sky, and its power was overwhelming. Looking at the duel between the Tao treasures in midair, everyone was dumbfounded and gasped. The duel between the two ladies had actually reached such a stage. Using the soul to control the sword. The two of them have already merged their souls with the Tao treasures. This level is impossible for ordinary people to achieve. I didn't expect the first princess to have also reached such a level. Wu Kei was rather surprised. The first princess Qing Shingnan's current cultivation was far beyond her. This kind of duel is even more dangerous than a physical duel. The slightest carelessness will damage one's spirit and soul, and in the worst case, the weapon will be destroyed and the person will die. Guo Xiaofeng said softly. At this moment, his deep gaze was fixed on the sky. Ghost Child stood behind Du Xiaofu, closest to Du Xiaofu. He gently pushed Du Xiaofu's shoulder and asked, "In your opinion, who will win?" Du Xiaofu looked at the field. The cultivation levels of the two ladies seemed to be similar, and Mu Xian from the Tianhu Empire had obviously reached the complete martial lord realm. The stone dragon wind and thunder sword and the green sun boundless sword in their hands were both middle-grade Tao treasures, and each of them was extraordinary. It would be difficult to determine the winner. Will it be a draw again? I can't tell. After observing for a while, Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly and replied to Ghost Child. It was really difficult to see the result. At this moment, in the front row of the Long Tower, the North vanquishing prince, the Protector King, and many other experts were looking at the sky with concern. Many of their eyes were accompanied by nervousness. I didn't expect the Stone Dragon Empire to have some talents. No wonder some people in the Empire have scruples. In the Tianhu Empire's lineup, the black-haired old man looked at the sky and his eyes flickered. They do have some foundation. I didn't expect the Qing family's Qing Xingnan to have reached such a level. The black-haired old man said. Although it's passable, it won't change the result. Lu Kuan said softly. After looking at the field for a while, his gaze didn't change much. Whoosh, in the sky, sword radiance filled the sky. It was terrifying and it made people tremble in fear. The sword radiance that filled the sky raged like a disaster. The sky was already filled with wind and clouds. The sky was dark and the energy exploded. It was incomparably violent and terrifying. Countless sword radiance intertwined with each other. The sword radiance fluctuated, and the sword radiance crackled in the sky. Wind and thunder rumbled, spreading across the sky. The terrifying sword radiance swept across like a tsunami, destroying everything in its path. It was extremely terrifying. Too strong. Among the onlookers, many of them trembled, their hearts and souls uneasy. Amidst such a frightening battle, the two ladies, who had their eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened their eyes at the same time. Runes flickered within their eyes as boundless light surged around their bodies. Sky-suppressing python. Mu-Xian moved. She tapped the void with the tip of her foot and swept across the sky. Rays of light lingered around her body. Her jade-white hands moved, and a spiritual python wrapped in light condensed. Mysterious runes surged, and it directly collided with Qing Xingnan. The first princess, Qing Xingnan, also moved. Her body bloomed with light, and it was like a full moon halo that enveloped her graceful body. It was breathtaking and peerless. Phoenix dancing to the horizon. Her hand seals changed. At this moment, her beautiful face was holy and noble, untainted by the mortal world. Powerful and graceful. Mysterious runes surged around her body, and it turned into an illusory phoenix shadow that swept across with a loud bang. Boom! In such a confrontation, it seemed as if the entire world was about to be overturned. Terrifying auras overflowed into the sky, causing the surrounding space to tremble and emit strands of divine light. Talismans erupted like fireworks, causing the sky to become dazzling. Bang, bang, bang! At this moment, the ground of the square kept collapsing, and the sky rumbled. Many of the square's ground directly exploded and turned into dust. Such a terrifying scene shocked not only the spectators, but even the old men on the tower were shocked. Many of the old men, facing such a terrifying power, secretly lamented that they were inferior. The vast aura then disappeared. In the sky, the stone dragon wind and thunder sword and the green sun boundless sword returned to their hands. Everything seemed to have returned to normal, but because of the battle between the two, the entire square seemed to have been overturned. The two women stepped into the air, looking graceful. Their hair was slightly messy, and as the wind rippled, their hair fluttered, adding to their charm. Looks like we can only let them decide the outcome. What do you think? Mu-Xian said, looking at the slender and graceful figure in front of her, and a faint trace of shock flashed across her eyes. That's right. The outcome will be decided by the two of them. Qing Xingnan nodded. His eyes were indifferent, and his temperament was clear and noble. Chi-Chi their eyes met, and they seemed to have a tacit understanding. Both of them put away their Tao artifacts, and the two beautiful figures stepped on the void at almost the same time and leaped back into the sky. Mu-Xian returned to the Tianhu Empire's side. Her graceful figure landed, and she could no longer hold back the blood in her mouth. She then took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood at the corner of her mouth, and looked at Lu Kuan, saying, "Senior Lu, I'll leave it to you. That Qing Xingnan is very strong. Leave the rest to me. The Stone Dragon Empire's outcome cannot be changed." Lu Kuan stood up slightly, and an evil aura began to fluctuate from his body. Within the Stone Dragon Empire, as Qing Xingnan returned, her beautiful face suddenly paled under everyone's gazes. She suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. "As expected, it's a draw," Du Xiaofu said softly. Looking at Qing Xingnan's appearance, he knew that Mu-Xian wasn't any better. Otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed to a draw. Qing Xingnan looked at the handsome man in azure clothes, and bit her red lips, saying, "I'll leave it to you. You can't lose." The man in azure clothes stood up. His figure was tall and graceful, and there was a hint of pride in his eyes. That kind of pride seemed to come from his birth. He replied softly, "I won't disgrace the name of the Du family, and I won't disgrace the Stone Dragon Empire. This round is a draw. The last two contestants will come up." On the tower, the big man came back to his senses after a while. He judged that the battle between the first princess and Mu-Xian had ended in a draw. he immediately announced loudly, and his voice reverberated through the clouds. Then, a melodious and deep sound of a bell echoed through the entire arena. Boom! Following the sound of the bell, the entire arena was in an uproar. The battle between the 8 contestants had ended in a draw, and the final round would determine the true winner of the Kingdom War. Everyone knew that although the battle between the 8 of them earlier was shocking, it had caused their hearts to tremble. However, the true pinnacle of this Kingdom War was undoubtedly the final 2 contestants. And now, the true pinnacle of the battle between the final 2 contestants was about to begin. I did not slack off today. These fights are a little difficult to write. Xiao Yu's old problem is that there are too many words for each fight. Many readers have complained about this, so these fights are limited to 1 chapter at most. I also have to think about some new fights, so it takes me a few hours to write a chapter. I hope that readers can feel that Xiao Yu is working hard with these recent changes. I welcome everyone to tell Xiao Yu about your opinions on the book. This way, Xiao Yu will be able to write better. Once again, I would like to thank all of you. Once again, I will shamelessly ask for flowers, recommendation tickets, and other support. Chapter 455. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. Under the watchful gazes of the crowd, 2 young men soared into the air and stood in the air above the square. The Du family will send Du Chang, the son of the king and the only talent of the Stone Dragon Empire. He is publicly acknowledged as the strongest among the younger generation. Ouyang Shuang's voice softly landed beside Du Xiaofu's ear. Du Chang, the strongest of the Du family? Du Xiaofu's gaze immediately landed on the green-clothed young man. The aura rippling from his body made it difficult for Du Xiaofu to pry into. The faint, dangerous aura that emanated from him made Du Xiaofu feel as if there was a mysterious ripple within his body. Du Chang stood in the air and looked at Lu Kuan from the Tianhu Empire in front of him. His eyes flashed with a sharp light like lightning. So you are Du Chang from the Du family, the talent of the Stone Dragon Empire. Remember me, Lu Kuan from the Sky Snake sect and the Tianhu Empire. Lu Kuan stepped in the air and looked at Du Chang. There was a faint smile in his eyes, but that smile was filled with disdain. Wait until you have the strength to make me remember you. You came from afar, so make your move first. Du Chang slightly raised his head. On his handsome face, there was a proud arc at the corner of his mouth. This kind of pride made people feel extremely comfortable looking at him. It was as if he was born to be so proud because he was an outstanding person. He had never revealed his talent, but everyone knew that he, Du Chang, was the #1 person among the younger generation in the empire. As the 2 of them spoke, the atmosphere in the square immediately became tense. Everyone could feel the tension in the air, as if a fight was about to break out at any moment. Perhaps ordinary people didn't know of Du Chang's existence. However, the people from the various factions in the imperial capital had never forgotten that he was a true talent. He was a young man from the Du household who was much stronger than Du Yi. Du Yi's name had once shocked the entire imperial capital and the entire empire. However, everyone knew that Du Chang was the true #1 in the Du household. As for Lu Kuan from the Tianhu Empire, the people from the Stone Dragon Empire weren't familiar with him. However, since he was arranged to be the last to fight, it wasn't difficult for the spectators to figure out that he was one of the strongest youths in the Tianhu Empire. Now, the 2 truly outstanding talents of the younger generation of the 2 empires were about to begin the final and crucial battle. Even the spectators could clearly feel their hearts trembling and nervousness from the aura that spread out from the plaza. Come to think of it, the Stone Dragon Empire had never had such an attractive duel before. At least, in the current empire's memory, there had never been such a duel. This duel was related to the reputation of the 2 empires and the 10 prefectures. More importantly, it was also related to the morale of the 2 empires. Who would win in the end? Everyone held their breaths as they thought of this. The surrounding square was strangely silent at this time, but the blood in their bodies was boiling. Countless youngsters were fantasizing about representing the Stone Dragon Empire in this grand event that attracted the attention of the entire empire. They couldn't help but wonder how exciting it would be. Du Chang is the strongest member of the younger generation that our Du family has nurtured with countless resources. He's an outstanding talent. He will definitely win. The elders of the Du family were filled with nervousness and anticipation. Du Chang had been secretly honed by the Du family for 25 years. He was an outstanding talent. He would definitely win in the end. At that time, the entire empire would know that the Du household was the strongest. Even Du Xiaofu, who had been in the limelight recently, was just a decent kid from a branch family. He had some ability, but in the end, he still couldn't compare to the Du household. In the 10th square, Lu Kuan looked around and then a slight smile appeared on his face. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Du Chang. His voice was sinister and arrogant as he said, "It seems like the entire Stone Dragon Empire has great expectations for you. I wonder what their expressions will be when they see you lose. I think it will be very interesting." As Lu Kuan's arrogant and sinister words fell, a surge of profound energy surged around his body. It slowly spread out like a storm. As his profound energy surged, runes flickered and surged out. His aura surged and rushed into the sky, causing the space to tremble. The mighty aura that spread out from Lu Kuan's body instantly caused countless gazes to tremble. His aura was far stronger than that of the first princess Qing Xingnan and Mu Xian, who had just fought. Looking at Lu Kuan, Du Qiu's green clothes were trembling from the aura that swept out from Lu Kuan's body. However, his body was like a rock that did not move. He said, "I believe that the people from the Tianhu Empire and the Sky Serpent sect are also waiting for you to return. If they see you return in defeat, it will definitely be extremely interesting." The corner of Du Chang's mouth was slightly lifted after his voice sounded. A mighty aura that was not inferior to the former's immediately erupted like an erupting volcano. In an instant, wind rose and clouds surged in the surrounding sky. Dark clouds gathered together while accompanied by rumbling lightning flashed and thunder rolled. Immediately, it spread over this part of the world. The peak of the complete martial marquee stage. Heavens, Du Chang has actually reached the peak of the complete martial marquee stage. At this moment, the entire square was in an uproar. Du Chang from the Du household had actually reached the peak of the complete martial marquee stage. You really do have some ability. Lu Kuan's eyes moved, but the corners of his mouth lifted into a cold arc. The aura around his body suddenly shook, and a vast and mighty aura suddenly swept out. Both of his eyes strangely turned into a serene color, and a dark and evil aura suddenly rose and swept across the sky. What a powerful pressure! In an instant, the sinister aura that had climbed to the peak caused the hearts of the countless spectators below to tremble. The profound qi in their bodies and their minds were all affected. At this moment, as Lu Kuan's sinister aura rose and swept out, a mighty profound qi within Du Chang's body also surged and exploded. In the sky behind him, silver lightning flashed within the dark clouds. Under the sound of lightning and thunder, it caused one's heart to palpitate. Rumble, the two invisible auras collided and waves of invisible energy spread out. The ground below shook under the influence, as if there was an earthquake. Cracks continuously appeared on the ground, causing it to tremble. What powerful people! Countless gazes could not help but tremble. At this moment, the two people in the sky had yet to officially fight, but they had already caused such a huge commotion. How terrifying was that! Both of them are very strong. Du Xiaofu secretly sighed in his heart. From the aura that the two of them had revealed, the two of them were indeed extremely tyrannical. Du Chang's strength had exceeded Du Xiaofu's expectations. He was at the peak of the complete martial marquee realm. With such a cultivation level, there were probably not many old people in the Du household who could compare to him. As for Lu Kuan's cultivation strength, it made Du Xiaofu sigh. It seemed that the Sky Snake sect really had a deep foundation. Back then in the Savage Beast mountain range, although Lu Kuan was already very strong, it was not to the point of being too shocking. But now, he had actually reached such a terrifying level. He was not the slightest bit inferior to Du Chang, and was even harder to see through than Du Chang. Boom! Just as Du Xiaofu was secretly sizing up and comparing the two in his heart, the two people in the sky had already reached some kind of tacit understanding. A profound Qi light pillar burst out from Du Chang's hand. Mysterious runes surged and a dazzling silver lightning that caused one's heart to palpitate flickered. It seemed to be able to penetrate space and instantly suppress Lu Kuan. At the same time, Lu Kuan had already made his move. The space in front of him fluctuated, as if it had distorted space, and directly resisted the profound Qi light pillar. Large amounts of lightning flashed and wreaked havoc in the sky, causing one's heart to palpitate. Lu Kuan, who had blocked the light pillar, had a dark and cold smile on his face. He waved his hand and the distorted space rippled. The mysterious talisman engravings spread with a faint color and suddenly transformed into a palm print. Accompanied by a dazzling and eye-catching symbol light, it appeared in front of Du Chang in an instant. The palm print slammed out with a surging aura. Just as it arrived in front of Du Chang's body suddenly twisted strangely. As if he could affect space, he immediately deviated from his position. Qi! The dark and cold palm print that erupted from the runes directly brushed past him. As they intersected, the aura fluctuated in space, causing the green clothes on Du Chang's body to flutter endlessly. Thunder Roll Fist! In a short instant, Du Chang made his move once again. His 5 fingers tightly clenched into fists. Silver lightning overflowed on his fist. The wind and clouds behind him surged and the dark clouds moved. His fist was like a ball of lightning as it ruthlessly swept down. Tsk tisk. Lu Kuan sneered. The palm print that had just missed rotated and he quickly turned around. His eyes revealed a kind of awe-inspiring aura as they collided in an instant. Rumble, a low and deep energy suddenly exploded. Runes bloomed in a dazzling manner and waves of air soared into the sky. A terrifying gale swept out and spread. Du Chang did not move at all. Lightning runes flickered in his palm and mysterious runes surged around his body. A vast and mighty aura swept across the sky, channeling the energy of heaven and earth. Amidst the lightning and thunder, the lightning in Du Chang's palm transformed into a lightning python and instantly swept towards Lu Kuan. Its aura was shocking and the lightning aura suppressed everything, causing people to tremble in fear. What a powerful Du Chang! This series of attacks and Du Chang's performance caused the elders on the city tower to be shocked. Everyone from the Du family had joy in their eyes. Even the North vanquishing prince in the front row secretly nodded his head. Eldest Princess Qing Xingnan stared at the sky. Her beautiful eyes stared intently, unable to take her eyes off him. Chapter 456. Serene Snake Double Kill. Facing Du Chang's lightning python, Lu Kuan did not panic at all. He quickly formed seals with his hands and strange runes appeared on his arms. In the end, they turned into 2 giant python shadows wrapped in runes. They rushed out like lightning and fiercely collided with the lightning python. Boom! The 2 giant python shadows tangled together like a fried dough twist. They collided with each other and a low muffled sound immediately spread. Lightning raged, runes flickered and energy was annihilated. At this moment, the battle between the 2 people in the sky had already surpassed the limits of the Martial Marquis realm. Every action made the Martial Marquis realm experts tremble in fear. That level was already comparable to the Martial King realm. Du Chang is so strong. Normal Martial King realm experts would have to retreat. His talent is too terrifying. In the front row, Ouyang Qiu could not help but exclaim. Lu Kuan from the Tianhu Empire is also strong. he is not at a disadvantage at all. The strength of these two people is comparable to a true martial king. It is not difficult for them to fight against someone of a higher rank. How terrifying! Not far from Ouyang Qiu, a strong old man's eyes flickered with shock. I originally thought that the people of the Stone Dragon Empire were all idiots. I didn't expect them to have some ability. In the air, Lu Kuan smiled evilly. The Stone Dragon Empire has never lacked experts. Put away your ambitions, otherwise you will regret it. Du Chang stepped in the air. The lightning around him connected. His aura was domineering and destructive. It made people's hearts tremble. TSK, I gave you some strength and you really opened a dye house. How laughable! Lu Kuan sneered with disdain. Then let's continue, Du Chang lightly shouted. When his voice fell, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Silver lightning snakes formed around his body and finally condensed into a lightning dragon. Rumble! The dragon roared like thunder rumbling in the sky. This was the Du Palace's ultimate martial skill, Lightning Rune Dragon. However, this Lightning Rune Dragon was activated by Du Chang. Compared to Du Yi's previous skill, it was many times stronger. In the sky, lightning raged. Its aura was destructive. It was not comparable to Du Yi's previous skill. Thunder Talisman Flood Dragon. The thunder and lightning dragon roared like thunder. Under Du Chang's control, the silver lightning flashed and wreaked havoc in the sky. Accompanied by a vast aura of destruction, the thunder and lightning poured down like an ocean, directly suppressing Lu Kuan. The vast and mighty lightning seemed to have formed a sea of lightning in the sky. Dark clouds rolled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled, resounding throughout the heavens and earth. You have some skills, but it doesn't seem to be enough. Lu Kuan sneered. Faint multicolored light filled the sky and dazzling talisman patterns flickered in his eyes. A wave of evil Xian Qi flowed out of his body like a faint black ink, forming a huge black pillar of light. At this moment, Lu Kuan's aura swept across the sky. The aura was so strong that it directly surpassed that of an ordinary peak martial marquis. All of a sudden, the aura on Lu Kuan's body was not something an ordinary martial marquis could compare to. It could even be considered as a quasi-martial king expert. There was even a faint martial king aura on his body. So strong. Feeling the aura spreading out from Lu Kuan's body, the elders of the Stone Dragon Empire on the city tower could not help but be shocked. All the younger generation exclaimed. Even the general, Gu Xinyan, Gui Hua, Wu Kei, and the others who had returned at this time felt inferior to Lu Kuan. Walala, the black pillar of light behind Lu Kuan turned into a black handprint. Within the handprint, there was a faint spiritual snake swimming. The black light was deep, hiding an extremely terrifying and violent power. The moment the thunder and lightning dragon swept over, the black handprint also slammed down. Under countless gazes, the two collided. At this moment, the two terrifying energies collided fiercely like meteorites. What was quite surprising was that the collision of the two energies did not immediately cause the slightest muffled sound. Instead, as the two energies collided, they constantly eroded and confronted each other. The surrounding space suddenly rippled with small circles of cracks, revealing a deep light, as if the void was about to be torn apart. The whole place was silent, but everyone's eyes were fixed on the black handprint and the thunder and lightning dragon in the sky. Their eyes could not help but tremble violently. The Xian Qi in their bodies froze, and a chill rose in their hearts. Everyone could feel the two destructive forces contained in the dazzling rune light erosion. At this moment, countless eyes on the city tower were nervous. Even the North Vanquishing Prince and the Protector King's eyes were rippling. Finally, the collision in the sky had a reaction. Waves of air erupted. The thunder and lightning dragon and the two giant python phantoms were like bombs. The two terrifying forces exploded in the sky. Walala, the runes shattered and Xian Qi surged. The dazzling light spread out like gorgeous firework. The energy contained was violent and destructive. The ground of the square below cracked and the earth shook. A storm swept over. It was like a disaster. Thump thump. This time, Du Chang could no longer remain still. His body staggered a few steps back from the violent energy. He stepped on the void, causing ripples, and only then did he stabilize his body. Humph! A muffled groan came from Du Chang's throat. A sweet taste gushed out, and he forcefully swallowed it. At this moment, Lu Kuan's body took 2 steps back and stabilized. His gaze slightly moved, and he indifferently sneered. I said, "You're not enough. Bring out your full strength." Looking at Lu Kuan, who was surrounded by an evil aura like a whirlwind, Du Chang's eyes flickered with a silver snake light. Then, they became serious and fierce. His handprint condensed, and a monstrous silver snake light swept out from his body. The mysterious runes on his skin flickered, and lightning rippled on his skin. It was suffused with a palpitating luster. As the lightning fluctuated, an indescribable sense of destruction spread out from Du Chang's body. Roar! Suddenly, Du Chang opened his mouth and roared. His martial veins moved, and his entire body turned into mysterious runes that soared into the sky. A huge purple ape martial spirit appeared. On the purple ape's skin, there were streaks of lightning that spread like patterns. However, it was purple. From afar, it looked like a demon god. It was overbearing and destructive, causing people to tremble in fear. Boom! At this moment, the wind and clouds surged in the sky. Thunder and lightning crisscrossed, and the rumbling sound was endless. The terrifying purple ape covered the sky. It was not illusory, and it was not much different from a real one. It was equivalent to a real purple ape covering the sky. It was completely different from an ordinary martial lord realm cultivator's appearance after communicating with the Vain Spirit and merging with the Vain Spirit. Purple Light Thunder Berserk Ape, a terrifying demonic beast ranked on the Heavenly Beast list. This is Du Chang's Vain Spirit. It is said that an expert from the Du Palace went to the central region and paid a great price to obtain the blood essence of the Purple Light Thunder Berserk Ape for Du Chang. The Vain Spirit is at the peak of the complete Martial Lord realm. He has not stepped into the Martial King realm, but he can completely merge with the Vain Spirit. No wonder he is an outstanding talent. A Martial Lord realm cultivator can completely merge with the Vain Spirit and directly reach the Martial King realm. Only an outstanding talent can do that. I am afraid that within the Martial Lord realm, Du Chang is invincible. Martial lords will not be able to resist him. At this moment, all the elders around the city tower and the square were shocked when they saw this scene. An outstanding talent is so terrifying. Is the winner going to be decided? The Du Palace's lineup was filled with anticipation. Du Chang was an outstanding talent. Although he had not reached the Martial King realm, he had the power of a Martial King. His opponent would not be able to resist him. Looking at the sky, the Purple Light Thunder Berserk Ape's eyes rippled with lightning. Its huge body stood in the air, and bright runes and lightning surged from its body. High up in the sky, within the dark clouds, countless lightning spread. The sky was dark and the sky was dark. The sky above the square was bright, as if it was a punishment from the heavens. Rumble, the sound of thunder resounded continuously in the sky. Then, it circled around the Purple Light Thunder Berserk Ape. Streaks of lightning roared around the Purple Light Thunder Berserk Ape, causing the sky to become brighter and brighter. Strange clanging sounds could be heard in the air. Then, above the Purple Light Thunder Berserk Ape's head, streaks of silver lightning began to condense into a huge lightning vortex. Silver snakes flashed and the vortex spun continuously. Streaks of energy surged out crazily, causing the Purple Light Thunder Berserk Ape to be surrounded by lightning. Its aura was domineering and destructive. At this moment, no one noticed that Du Xiaofu's face was flushed red. It was as if he was enduring some kind of pain. At this moment, The lightning that came from Du Xiaofu's body caused the hidden mysterious power in his body to awaken. Walala! The purple light thunder berserk ape move. With a wave of its hand, the terrifying lightning vortex in the surroundings trembled and formed a huge lightning ball. Then, it stuck to the purple light thunder berserk ape's palm. At this moment, the faces of countless people in the surroundings were ghastly pale as their hearts trembled in fear. The destructive energy that suffused out from the ball of lightning was probably sufficient to raze this square to the ground and obliterate the souls of the living beings in the surroundings. At this moment, the strength that Du Chang had activated was overwhelming. How terrifying! I'm afraid that even a martial king initial stage cultivator would have to retreat and not dare to fight back. On the city tower, many elders were shocked. If such a terrifying power were to explode, the countless living beings in the square below would be in big trouble. Boom! The lightning ball moved. The purple light thunder berserk ape rushed out and pushed the huge lightning ball that was almost the same size as its body towards Lu Kuan. At this moment, the lightning ball moved. Countless lightning bolts shot into the sky. Its aura was crazy and destructive. Silver snakes wreaked havoc in the sky and tore the space apart. Chapter 457. Crack, crack, wherever the lightning ball passed, space would split apart and countless runes would be destroyed. Wherever it passed, long streaks of lightning would appear, as if a lightning dragon had emerged from the void. Terrifying energy spread from the lightning ball. The vast and destructive aura caused everyone's hair to stand on end and their scalps to explode. The Tianhu Empire's Lu Kuan won't be able to resist this time. How can the Tianhu Empire compare to our Stone Dragon Empire? Our Stone Dragon Empire has Du Chang. Everyone's hearts trembled in fear, but their hearts were also filled with anticipation. With such a vast and mighty power, even those who had just reached the initial stage of the martial king realm would not dare to resist. No matter how extraordinary Lu Kuan of the Tianhu Empire was, he would still be suppressed by Du Wan. Our Du family is still the Du family. The Du family's hero will proudly resound throughout the world today. Looking at the terrifying power that Du Chang had unleashed, the eyes of the elders of the Du family were filled with fanaticism. The younger generation was even more excited. The Du family of the Du family was still unmatched within the Stone Dragon Empire. It seemed long, but in reality it happened extremely quickly. Under countless trembling gazes, the terrifying lightning ball, accompanied by flashes of lightning and roars of thunder, had already arrived in front of Lu Kuan. And at this moment, under many doubtful and shocked gazes, Lu Kuan waved his hand slightly. Then, he raised his hand and lightly pressed his palm against the terrifying and destructive lightning ball. At this moment, the corners of Lu Kuan's mouth curled into a faint sneer as he softly uttered a word. Stop! As Lu Kuan spoke, under everyone's gazes, Lu Kuan, who seemed extremely small in front of the terrifying lightning ball, lightly pressed his palm and blocked the lightning ball. Boom! In front of the palm print, the lightning ball's advance was forcefully stopped, unable to move forward even an inch. Heavens, when this scene appeared, countless gazes around the square were instantly dumbfounded. Shocked gazes froze on their faces. At this moment, even the North Vanquishing Prince and the Protector King, who were on the city gate tower, had violent fluctuations in their eyes. Their eyes were twitching. Only the black-haired old man and the brown-haired old man from the Tianhu Empire had smiles on their faces. Their eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. The outcome was within their expectations. How could there be a peer in the Stone Dragon Empire who could resist Lu Kuan? It was simply impossible. As Lu Kuan's palm gently pressed against the overbearing and destructive lightning ball, the corners of his mouth lifted into a sneer. With an indifferent smile, he softly said, as expected of an outstanding talent. Within the martial marquis stage, it is truly difficult for anyone to contend against you. Even when I was at the peak of the perfect martial marquis stage, I'm afraid that it would take me some effort to deal with you. The Du family's lightning ultimacy is truly extraordinary. His voice paused for a moment as a trace of ridicule suddenly surfaced on Lu Kuan's sneering face. It was like a cat playing with a mouse. Suddenly, a voice accompanied by profound chi resounded in the air like a thunderclap. It's a pity that the current me is no longer a martial marquis but a martial king. In front of me, you are nothing. Martial king. As Lu Kuan's voice fell, the entire arena was shocked. It was like a thunderclap that resounded in one's ears. It was enough to make one's heart tremble in fear. In the sky, Lu Kuan's feet stepped into the air. The palm that touched the destructive lightning ball suddenly erupted with faint and sinister talisman runes. It was as if it had erupted from a world of darkness. The sinister chi swept across the sky, causing the sky to tremble incessantly. At this moment, the lightning ball was also trembling. A large area of the surrounding space was distorted, as if the space was about to collapse. Finally, after a series of trembling sounds, the huge lightning ball shook with a loud bang and finally exploded completely. Rumble, the lightning ball exploded and a thunderous roar resounded through the sky. It was deafening and caused pain in the eardrums of those who heard it. The spectators who were weaker covered their ears with their hands. Their faces were deathly pale and cold sweat dripped down their bodies. The thunderous roar shook their souls and they were unable to resist it. Walala, a violent energy storm swept out like a hurricane. A large area of dazzling talisman runes shattered and silver lightning wreaked havoc. Coo! The earth trembled incessantly. Even the sturdy and thick towers around the plaza were shaking and cracking. Such a terrifying scene caused countless people to suck in a breath of cold air. Outstanding talent. Although you're extraordinary, in front of this king, you're nothing. Because this king is a human king. Not to mention that you're only at the peak of the complete martial lord realm. Even if you've already stepped into the martial king realm, you're still not my match. How can you resist the might of this king's human king? A mocking and disdainful sneer resounded. As his voice fell, Lu Kuan's figure had already appeared in front of Du Chang. At the same time, there was a terrifying fist that seemed to be wrapped around by a spirit snake. The talisman runes gushed out and heavily landed on Du Chang's chest. Bang! Poochie, as the fist landed, the lightning profound chi halo in front of Du Chang cracked and shattered. His mouth responded by spitting out mouthfuls of dark red blood. His body was like a bird with broken wings as he fell straight down from the sky. Martial King Realm, human king, as his body fell, he looked up at the evil figure that was getting further and further away. Within Du Chang's eyes there was shock, astonishment, bewilderment, and dullness. It was very complicated. Bang bang bang. As Du Chang fell, the ground in the plaza shook and the mountains shook. The ground collapsed one after another. Dust flew everywhere and gravel shot out. Even the hearts of countless people fiercely trembled, as if they were hammered by a heavy hammer. On the tower, the gazes of the people from the Stone Dragon Empire followed Du Chang's falling body. Their hearts trembled, especially the people from the Du family. Their eyes were dull and dull. It was as if they had suddenly fallen from heaven to hell. Originally, everyone thought that Lu Kuan was no longer a match for him. Who would have thought that the result would be like this? Human King, Lu Kuan is a human king. The legendary human king's talent. Terrifying, too terrifying. A 22 or 23-year-old martial king with the talent of a human king. How terrifying is this? Everyone was dumbfounded. On the tower, countless old people trembled. To the experts of the various major powers, what did the two words human king mean? Others might not know, but they knew very well. A human king was an existence that surpassed the outstanding talents. To them, this kind of talent only existed in legends. It was said that in the world, those who could reach the human king's talent would be able to reach a terrifying level in the martial Tao or talisman Tao. It was an existence that ordinary people could not reach even if they exhausted their entire life's strength and cultivated diligently. The human king's talent was like the bloodline of demonic beasts. The bloodline of an overlord was innately able to suppress 10,000 beasts and control 10,000 beasts. As for the human king's talent, it was able to suppress the outstanding talents and countless cultivators. It was the absolute king of the human race. No one could contend against it. Lu Kuan was at most 22 or 23 years old. The human king's talent was already at the martial king realm. Some of the old people knew very well what such terrifying talent meant. It was rumored that after cultivating to the final level, the martial emperor realm was the martial honorable realm. As for the deeper levels, only those outstanding talents and human kings could step into them. If an ordinary person wanted to step into them, they might not be able to do so even if they exhausted their entire life's effort. Lu Kuan stood in the air with his clothes fluttering in the wind. He had a sneer on his face as he looked around with a mocking smile. He already knew this result before he came to the Stone Dragon Empire. If it wasn't for the order of his sect and the Tianhu Empire's emperor, he wouldn't have bothered to come to the tiny Stone Dragon Empire. Around the square, almost everyone's gazes landed on the figure in midair. They were shocked and fearful. The human king's pressure that was faintly emitted from the figure made people tremble like monstrous beasts that had seen their monstrous beast king. The human king's talent, the heavens are helping the Tianhu Empire. The North vanquishing king's eyes trembled. On his thin and wrinkled face, his clear eyes were filled with worry. Is the Stone Dragon Empire really doomed this time? The Protector King's face twitched slightly, and within his eyes, there was a lightning-like glow. At this moment, he was filled with anxiety. The first Princess Qing Shengnan's delicate face was pale. Her heart was trembling and her eyes were filled with sadness. In the Golden Dragon Palace in the distance, a lifelike golden dragon was circling around. A figure in a dragon robe stood with his hands behind his back. There seemed to be a golden dragon circling around his body, causing people to feel intimidated even from afar. He looked at the top of the palace and frowned. He muttered, "Is the Stone Dragon Empire really going to face its doom this time? The heavens are helping the Tianhu Empire." On the cracked square, Du Chang's defeated figure stood up from the rubble. He was covered in blood and his face was pale. His eyes were dispirited and filled with complicated emotions. "We've lost, we've actually lost." It was unknown whether it was because of Du Chang's defeat or Lu Kuan's valiance, but the general Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, Wu Qing or Guo Xiaofeng, second Princess Qingyan, and the others were all in a daze. On the city gate tower, Du Xiaofu's expression returned to normal. Following Du Chang's defeat, the mysterious energy that had been implicated in his body also disappeared. It was as if nothing had happened. The Stone Dragon Empire can't even withstand a single blow. Obediently hand over the 10 prefectures. In the air, Lu Kuan sneered. His eyes were filled with disdain and ridicule as he swept his gaze around. Around the square, countless eyes trembled with anger. Du Chang has also lost. Looking at the sky, Du Xiaofu's eyes moved slightly. Although he didn't like the Du family, seeing Du Chang's defeat and Lu Kuan's figure in the sky made him feel somewhat unhappy. "I didn't expect the Stone Dragon Empire to have such an outstanding talent. The Tianhu Empire also has a human king. They're not weak." Zhen Qingchuan's voice softly entered Du Xiaofu's ears. He sighed. "Today's update is over. Brothers, go to bed early and continue to seek protection and love. Little you, continue to work hard tomorrow." Chapter 458. Hero, Human Monarch. Du Xiaofu wasn't too clear about the concept of hero and human monarch. With Zhen Qingchuan's previous instructions, it wasn't appropriate for him to ask Zhen Qingchun about it. "Du Chang, did you see that? Just as I said, their expressions must be wonderful after seeing your miserable defeat." Kiki, the younger generation of the Stone Dragon Empire can't even withstand a single blow. They're all trash, in the sky. Lu Kuan looked down at Du Chang, who was crawling to his feet. His mocking gaze was like a cat playing with a mouse. Du Chang stared at the sky as if he wanted to say something. However, before he could open his mouth, blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Judging from his withered aura and ashen complexion, it was impossible for him to continue fighting. Bastard, he's too arrogant. Victory is victory. How dare he be so arrogant? He's too much of a bully. As soon as Lu Kuan's voice fell, the crowd was filled with indignation. Everyone's eyes were red from the ridicule and humiliation. However, everyone knew that even Du Chang from the Du household had been defeated. Lu Kuan from the Tianhu Empire indeed had the capital to be arrogant. Not to mention the younger generation, even the older generation in the entire Stone Dragon Empire wouldn't be Lu Kuan's opponent. The crowd was in an uproar. Some people cursed softly. Countless people were indignant, but no one dared to step forward. Kiki, what's wrong? The Stone Dragon Empire still hasn't announced their defeat? Could it be that they want me to kill Du Chang? Lu Kuan didn't care about the commotion in the surrounding plaza. After sweeping his disdainful gaze, he sneered at the people from the Stone Dragon Empire on the city gate tower. His gaze was cold as he sneered. However, when Lu Kuan's gaze swept past Du Xiaofu, he paused for a moment. Although it had been a while since he returned from the barbaric Beast Mountain range, he could still recognize this young man. If it wasn't for this young man who killed the leader of the White Leopard hunting group, the people from the Profound Talisman sect wouldn't have been able to escape, and he wouldn't have had to flee pathetically from the Profound Underworld sect and Profound Talisman sect. Stone Dragon Empire, Tianhu Empire. On the city gate Lu Kuan's empire, Dragon Empires. Alas, after hearing Lu Kuan's words, he had no choice but to immediately announce the announcement. Lu Kuan's Dragon Empire. However, before the strong cultivator could finish his sentence, Lu Kuan sneered again. His voice was filled with disdain and arrogance. His Xian Qi reverberated throughout the square. He said, "How about this? If any of the young people from the Stone Dragon Empire dares to fight, they'll be responsible for their own deaths, and we'll consider it your victory. How about that? Who else dares to fight?" When Lu Kuan finished speaking, the strong cultivator on the city wall stopped talking. He looked up at the city wall, hoping for a miracle. The is dragon to do? Lu do loses, sa to ts2s. It seems like the Stone Dragon Empire's younger generation isn't only weak, but they're also as timid as mice. How can they be compared to our Tianhu Empire? Lu Kuan's voice was filled with disdain, arrogance, and provocation. He looked at the Stone Dragon Empire's members like a cat toying with a group of mice. He didn't take them seriously at all. He's too arrogant and insulting. A warrior prefers death to humiliation. Go up and fight him. Does he really think there are no men in our Tianhu Empire? The crowd was boiling with anger. Everyone clenched their fists in indignation. On the city gate tower, all the elders' faces turned ugly. They looked at the younger generation and could only sigh. At this moment, who among the younger generation could contend with Lu Kuan? Our Stone Dragon Empire has been passed down for thousands of years. Every man is an indomitable spirit. How can there be a timid mouse? Below the plaza, a loud shout came out, and a well-built young man whose cultivation had reached the pulse spirit mystery level flew out and punched towards Lu Kuan in the sky, causing quite an extraordinary energy to ripple in the air. Can't even withstand a single blow. A cold smile appeared on Lu Kuan's face. He raised his hand slightly and grabbed downward. Before the well-built young man could even get close, he was unable to take even half a step forward in the air, after which, his body directly shattered in the air as a bloody mist scattered. Looking at the robust young man who had just pounced out instantly turned into a bloody mist, the entire square trembled. The furious square suddenly fell silent, but everyone's eyes were suddenly filled with a blood-red color. Chi-chi! Seeing the burly young man turn into a blood mist, many people who had rushed out stopped in the air. They were awakened by the blood mist. This is too much. Do you really think there's no one in our Stone Dragon Empire? The Stone Dragon Empire doesn't lack men. The women of the Stone Dragon Empire aren't inferior to men. On the city gate tower, Ghost Child Wu Kei and Guo Xiaofeng's eyes trembled. The blood didn't make them afraid. Instead, it aroused their uncontrollable anger. Their eyes flickered and they stomped their feet on the ground. The three of them flew out from behind Du Xiaofu and pounced towards Lu Kuan. As disciples of the Stone Dragon Empire's royal residence, how could they tolerate someone mocking and provoking the Stone Dragon Empire? Even if they couldn't win, they wouldn't hide behind others. Ghost Child's body was in midair, and as the bright light spread out from his eyes, a gloomy color covered his eyes. He was cold and ghostly. Black profound energy and runes flashed, and a gloomy baleful aura directly condensed into a claw that pressed down on Lv Kuan. Wu Kei's graceful body was in the air. She was enchanting. Dazzling runes wrapped around her and she emitted a ghostly aura. In an instant, an even more shocking aura burst out. A large amount of rune energy suppressed Lu Kuan. The aura was like a rainbow piercing through the sun. The dazzling light bloomed and swept across the sky. Qian Luo Sword Technique. Guo Xiaofeng swept across the sky and activated the Qian Luo Sword. The runes shone brightly and a dazzling mist spread out. His aura suppressed the sky. Accompanied by an unparalleled pressure, the energy of heaven and earth in the surrounding space became chaotic. A large amount of sword shadows crisscrossed. Runes bloomed and danced as if they were going to destroy the universe. The sword shadows were going to pierce through space. All of a sudden, it was like a huge cocoon of sword light that enveloped Lu Kuan. Humph! Faced with the attacks from the three of them, Lu Kuan let out a cold snort from his throat. With a wave of his hand, a vast and mighty symbol directly surfaced in midair. It was as though an enormous energy wave had suddenly been lifted in the midair in front of him. Like a torrential flood, it heavily swept in front of Ghost Child and the other two in an instant. Chi, all the attacks instantly shattered into runes that filled the sky. They were unstoppable. Dazzling energy runes blossomed, and a deep sonic boom suddenly resounded. Ghost Doll and the other two's attacks were directly destroyed. Puff puff puff. As the three's attacks collapsed, Ghost Child, Wu Kei, and Guo Xiaofeng seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. They coughed out blood and their faces turned pale. Rumble. Then, the bodies of the three people fell from the sky like birds with broken wings, heavily smashing into the square on the ground, causing the ground to shake and the mountains to shake. As Ghost Child and the other two were blasted out of the square, everyone in the square glared at each other. They clenched their fists and veins popped out on their faces. However, everyone knew that even a complete martial lord realm cultivator could not withstand a single blow from a martial king realm expert, let alone them. They would only be courting death if they went up. Bastard, you're looking down on the Stone Dragon Empire. On the city tower, all the young people's faces turned red and their auras surged. However, no one dared to go up casually. Ghost Child, Wu Kei, and Guo Xiaofeng had joined forces. With their strength, they were able to inflict heavy injuries and survive. If they went up, they would be destroyed like the first person. Sigh, on the city tower, all the old people sighed. At this moment, not to mention the young people, even among the older generation, besides the King Protector and the North Vanquishing Prince, no one could be Lu Kuan's opponent. At this moment, could it be that both the North Vanquishing Prince and the King Protector were allowed to go up? Obviously not. If the North Vanquishing Prince and the King Protector were allowed to go up, not only would the King Protector and the North Vanquishing Prince lose face, but the Stone Dragon Empire's reputation would also be completely destroyed. A war between the two empires would be unavoidable. Ha 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 ha! Is there anyone else who dares to come up? Could it be that only these few people from the Stone Dragon Empire dare to come up? They're all trash and cowards. In the air, Lu Kuan laughed sinisterly as he looked at the countless faces around the Stone Dragon Empire. He glanced at the purple-robed figure on the city tower, and then looked down at Ghost Child, Wu Kei, and Guo Xiaofeng, who were struggling to get up. The corner of his mouth curved into a cold smile as he said, "Since they're still in the square, I'll kill these three first. Let's see if anyone dares to come up, Kiki." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Kuan's aura surged and he stared coldly at the three people below. His figure swooped down step by step like a cat about to kill a mouse before it died. He looked at the square with disdain and contempt. He was provoking the entire Stone Dragon Empire. Bastard, let's fight it out with him. At worst, we'll die. Everyone, let's go together. Looking up at the sky, the crowd was stirred up. The onlookers' eyes were bloodshot and their veins were bulging. At the same time, an exceptionally clear voice suddenly resounded in the square. "Lu Kuan, if you dare touch a single hair on their heads, I'll make you pay 100-fold. Try touching them." Chapter 459. The voice was not loud, but at this moment, it resounded through the entire plaza. Instantly, everyone looked towards the source of the voice. In the sky, Lu Kuan also abruptly stopped, then turned around slightly and looked towards the top of the city gate tower. On the ground of the plaza, Ghost Child, Wu Kei and Guo Xiaofeng looked at each other, then raised their heads and looked towards the top of the city gate tower. That voice was naturally extremely familiar to them. On the city gate tower, at this moment, everyone's gazes followed the voice, then all of them suddenly landed on Du Xiaofu. The owner of that voice just now was none other than Du Xiaofu. The North Vanquishing Prince, the Protector King, CFA, First Princess Qing Shengnan, Second Princess Qing Yan, General Gu Xinyan, Ouyang Qiu and Ouyang Shuang all stared at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu stood up and looked towards the sky, a faint coldness flashing between his brows. Ouyang Shuang looked at Du Xiaofu, then looked at the bloodied Ghost Child trio on the plaza. She seemed to want to say something, but in the end she did not say anything, only saying to Du Xiaofu, "Be careful." "Xiaofu." The North Vanquishing Prince called out to Du Xiaofu, the gaze on his skinny and wrinkled face becoming deep as he stared at Du Xiaofu, but in the end, he did not say anything. Du Xiaofu also did not say anything, the coldness between his brows relaxing. After looking at the North Vanquishing Prince and Ouyang Shuang with a smile, the profound energy beneath his feet surged, and his figure rose from the ground. Golden profound energy surged around his body, spreading out his arms like a great rock spreading its wings. Instantly, he swooped down and landed in front of Ghost Child trio on the plaza. "It's the valiant Marquis, that's the valiant Marquis Du Xiaofu. Is he going to make a move? It's said that 2 days ago, the Valor Divine Marquis heavily injured Du Yi from the Du household in 2 moves. If there's anyone in the younger generation in the Empire who can contend against Lu Kuan, then there's only the Valor Divine Marquis." Countless gazes, both inside and outside the square, looked at the purple-robed figure descending from the city tower like a great rock spreading its wings. Immediately, their eyes began to tremble. "It's him. Is he going to attack?" Although the valiant Marquis Du Xiaofu defeated Du Yi, even the Du household's Du Chang was not a match for him. How could he be a match for him? Above the long tower, the gazes of the people of the Du household and the elders fluctuated. But at this moment, all of them were filled with anticipation. Only the people of the Du household had complicated gazes. Even Big Brother is no match for him. Going up there would only be a disgrace. Behind the Du household's formation, Du Yi, whose face was still deathly pale, looked at the purple-robed figure that had just landed on the square, a cold sneer flashing across his eyes. Chi. As the figure landed, the golden light was withdrawn. His purple robe fluttered slightly, but not a trace of dust was stirred up. Immediately, A purple-robed young man with a purple broadsword on his back appeared on the square. "Are you all right?" Du Xiaofu looked at the three people in front of him. His gaze slightly moved as he softly said, "You clearly know that you are not a match for him, yet you still want to fight. This is not your style." "We're fine." Wu Kei slightly nodded as a bitter smile appeared on her face. Ghost Child indifferently smiled as he wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth with his black robe. He looked at Du Xiaofu and softly said, "There are some things that are more important than style. For example, dignity, the backbone that a man should have, and the prestige of a nation." TSK, kid, you've finally come out. I knew that you would meddle in other people's business. It seems like these three people are very important to you. How about this, you fight with me? If you can defeat me, even if the Stone Dragon Empire wins, I guarantee that I won't touch these three people. However, if you don't dare, I guarantee that these three people won't be able to leave this square, and you won't be able to escape either. What do you think? As Ghost Child's voice faded, Lu Kuan looked down at Du Xiaofu from the sky and sneered. Back then in the barbaric Beast Mountain range, this kid had ruined his plans. It would be fine if he didn't meet him in this lifetime. After all, with his current talent and strength, as well as his status in the Sky Snake sect, he had long forgotten about this kid in the barbaric Beast Mountain range. After all, in his heart, this kid was like heaven and earth. However, at this moment, he had coincidentally encountered this kid. Naturally, he couldn't let him go. Hearing Lu Kuan's words, Du Xiaofu slightly raised his head and looked at the sky. Golden light began to spread in his eyes. "Valor Divine Marquis. Valor Divine Marquis, please fight for your country. Valor Divine Marquis, please fight for your country. Valor Divine Marquis, Valor Divine Marquis, Valor Divine Marquis." Suddenly, shouts resounded from the countless onlookers around the square. All the furious onlookers shifted their gazes to Du Xiaofu. Rather than calling them gazes, it was better to call them hopes. At this moment, everyone's hopes were on Du Xiaofu. The hopes of the country were all placed on him. As the millions of voices in the square soared into the sky, the densely packed crowd on the wide streets outside the square also echoed their shouts. In an instant, the Valor Divine Marquis shouts were more than millions of voices. The sound waves reverberated through the clouds and were deafening. Humph! Hearing the deafening shouts from the Valor Divine Marquis, Du Yi and Ching Chao snorted inwardly. Their gazes were extremely ugly. In the front row of the city gate tower, Ching Xingnan and Xie Fei's gazes were fixed on the purple-robed figure in the square. TSK, the crowd is so excited. How lively! Lu Kuan continued to laugh coldly and disdainfully as he looked at the sound wave that soared into the sky below and resounded through the clouds. "Brat, make your move. I cannot help but want to see the wonderful expressions on their faces after you are defeated. The hopes of the country are all placed on you. It seems like you have no choice but to make your move." Guo Xiaofeng looked at Du Xiaofu. A few strands of hair by his ear were stained with blood. "I don't know what the hopes of the country are. I come from a small border city, so I don't really understand what the prestige of the country is." Du Xiaofu looked at Ghost Child, Guo Xiaofeng, and Wu Kei and said, "But that guy touched your dignity, backbone, and prestige of the country, which means that he touched my backbone, dignity, and prestige of the country. Therefore, there's no need to be courteous with him. You guys can leave first. Leave the rest to me." When Ghost Child and the other two heard this, they were stunned for a moment. Then, a smile appeared on their pale faces. "He's very strong. You have to be careful," Wu Kei reminded Du Xiaofu. Although the three of them wanted Du Xiaofu to make his move, they knew how ferocious Du Xiaofu was. However, the three of them knew that Lu Kuan, who was in the martial king realm, was an insurmountable mountain and barrier for the younger generation. How could it be easy to deal with Lu Kuan? "I'm ranked first on the martial ranking," Do you guys think that Tianwu Academy can't be compared to the Tianhu Empire or the Sky Serpent sect? Du Xiaofu looked at Wu Kei and the other two and smiled. Of course not. Don't embarrass Tianwu Academy. Guo Xiaofeng looked at Du Xiaofu and added, It's fine as long as it's a draw. If it's a draw, it's considered a win. When he finished speaking, the three of them immediately left the stage with grave expressions on their faces. As the three of them left the stage, Du Xiaofu's gaze flickered. His purple robe shook and his figure soared into the sky. He instantly floated in the air and stood there. When Du Xiaofu's figure landed in the sky, the thunderous commotion in the surroundings suddenly quieted down. Numerous gazes anxiously landed on the youth with a broadsword on his back. Is the valiant Marquis going to make his move? On the city tower, many gazes were filled with nervousness. As expected, you still love to meddle in other people's business. What a pity. This time, you're going to pay the price. Lu Kuan looked at Du Xiaofu. Compared to the past, the youth before him was less immature and more mature. Lu Kuan seemed to be more resolute and determined. However, Lu Kuan was able to recognize him with a single glance. Du Xiaofu looked at Lu Kuan, but there was a hint of calmness in his sharp gaze. He said softly, Back then, you fled like a stray dog. I wonder if you were captured by the profound talisman sect and the profound underworld sect. You must have had a hard time escaping. It seems like the two of them know each other. Many people on the city tower looked at the conversation between the two of them in the sky with puzzlement. Based on their conversation, it seemed like they were entangled with the profound talisman sect and the profound underworld sect. This brat seems to have many secrets. The North Vanquishing Prince looked at the sky and muttered. Xiaoqing, how confident do you think Du Xiaofu is? In the front row of the city tower, Du Xiaoyao stood on Du Xiaoqing's shoulder and said softly. Du Xiaoyao could feel that Lu Kuan was very strong. He wasn't just strong. Big brother will definitely win. Du Xiaoqing's delicate red lips parted slightly. Although there was some worry in her eyes, she was very confident in her brother. As Du Xiaofu's voice sounded, Lu Kuan's disdainful and contemptuous face immediately turned ugly. However, a sneer appeared on his face again. It was filled with ridicule and disdain as he said coldly, Who do you think you are in front of me? You will soon pay the price for these words. You are not qualified. Back then, someone from the Sky Serpent sect acted arrogantly in front of me. Your outcome will be the same as his. A smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's face. However, the coldness in his eyes became increasingly sharp and terrifying. You are courting death. Lu Kuan finally couldn't bear it anymore. With his current cultivation and talent, how could he tolerate a brat's impudence and ridicule in front of him? He could ridicule others, but he absolutely couldn't allow anyone to look down on him. Chi. Lu Kuan clenched his fist. His long robe fluttered as runes wrapped around him. A vast and mighty cold aura surged like a giant wave. In the sky, the wind and clouds suddenly surged. Lu Kuan's eyes instantly turned cold. Killing intent surged in his eyes as he looked straight at Du Xiaofu and sneered, Today, I will let you know that you can't even withstand a single blow from me. You no longer have the qualifications to be arrogant. Chapter 460. Boom! A sinister aura surged and swept out. Finally, it condensed into a deep black handprint accompanied by a sinister baleful aura. It was as if dark clouds covered the sky. Talisman runes spread out. Finally, the black handprint transformed into a huge black snake. The huge black snake was like a living creature, its aura suffocating the heavens and earth. Lu Kuan activated it, and with a rumbling sound, it pressed down on Du Xiaofu with lightning speed. Hiss hiss, the giant black snake was like a black dragon circling in the air. The pressure it exuded was enough to make one's heart tremble. Terrifying energy filled the air. Wherever it passed, the surrounding space would be distorted, revealing a long vacuum mark. The surroundings faintly revealed a deep black light, as if the entire space would explode at any moment. Compared to the power he used to deal with Du Chang earlier, the power that Lu Kuan activated at this moment was not weak. At this moment, the suffocating aura that suffocated the heavens and earth from the huge black snake made the hearts of the countless onlookers in the square fly out of their bodies. But at this moment, all the gazes in the square were forced to look at the sky. Their eyes were blood-red, and they clenched their fists, hoping for a miracle. Valor divine Marquis, you must resist. The last hope, Valor divine Marquis, rise up. For the Stone Dragon Empire, resist. Valor divine Marquis, I beg you, resist. At this moment, inside and outside the square, countless gazes were looking at the sky, their hearts silently praying for a miracle. Under such circumstances, everyone could only hope for a miracle, because they all knew that even the Valor divine Marquis would not be able to resist Lu Kuan. Kid, can you surprise me again? On the city tower, the North Vanquishing Prince looked at the huge black snake that Lu Kuan had condensed with lightning speed with a grave expression. That terrifying aura made him realize that no one below the Martial King realm could resist it. What a terrifying attack, can he resist it? On the city tower, the hearts of the elders from the various Duke palaces were in their throats. Even the people from the Du household had tense expressions. In the face of Lu Kuan's terrifying strength, the giant black snake suppressed the sky and everything. It was unparalleled. The only thing everyone could do now was to place their hopes on the valiant Marquis du Xiaofu. The giant black snake suppressed the sky and quickly appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. It seemed that it was going to crush Du Xiaofu into pieces. A fanatical disdain and killing intent surged in Lu Kuan's eyes. In his eyes, the purple-robed brat in front of him was already a dead man. In less than 2 years, he was able to reach the initial stage of Martial King because he had awakened his ancestors' bloodline, received the inheritance of the Sky Snake sex experts, and received all kinds of incredible benefits from the Sky Snake Munchu. Could this brat in front of him be even stronger than him? That was absolutely impossible. Brat, go to hell. Let them see their hope. You can't even withstand a single blow and are the same as trash. Lu Kuan's killing intent spread out, chilling to the bone. At this moment, countless gazes both inside and outside the square froze as they stared intently. At this moment, when the terrifying giant black snake appeared in front of Du Xiaofu like a giant black dragon, its sharp and terrifying eyes looked down on Du Xiaofu like a living creature. Du Xiaofu finally moved. Under the attentive gazes of countless people, Du Xiaofu formed a seal with his hands. Suddenly, a mysterious aura spread out from his body. Within his eyes, a strange and mysterious rune suddenly spread out. An extremely shocking energy swept out from his body, shaking the souls of people. Chi. At this moment, it was as if there were rays of light shooting out from Du Xiaofu's eyes. The mysterious runes in his eyes overlapped with each other, and finally enveloped the giant black snake in front of him. At this moment, on the city gate tower, the North Vanquishing Prince and the Protector King felt the aura from Du Xiaofu's body, and revealed a surprised expression. Their nervous eyes trembled, as if they had suddenly seen some kind of hope in this illusory expectation. Unknowingly, the two of them clenched their hands into fists. At this moment, for some unknown reason, the giant black snake in the sky that was suffocating the heavens and the earth suddenly became lifeless, as if it had been frozen the moment the light from Du Xiaofu's eyes shone on it. Crack, crack, then, the terrifying giant black snake disintegrated inch by inch under the stunned and shocked gazes of everyone below. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of Lu Kuan. For some unknown reason, the gaze in Lu Kuan's eyes had also become lifeless, just like the giant black snake. On the other hand, the mysterious runes in Du Xiaofu's eyes disappeared, and the terrifying aura on his body also disappeared. However, in this short period of time, a tyrannical and terrifying aura erupted from Du Xiaofu's body like a flash flood. The golden light around his body soared into the sky, and within the golden light, there seemed to be a golden-winged roc flapping its wings as it flew out. The faintly discernible golden-winged roc image enveloped Du Xiaofu, as if Du Xiaofu's body was about to transform into a golden-winged roc. Boom! A fist imprint exploded. It was as powerful as thunder and as fast as lightning. Just as Lu Kuan's lifeless eyes had yet to react, Du Xiaofu's fist had already landed on his chest. Pucci, at this moment, under the stupefaction, Lu Kuan's martial king body was like a target. He was unable to withstand Du Xiaofu's punch, and immediately, blood spurted out from his mouth. As the blood spurted out, Lu Kuan's face suddenly turned deathly pale. The lifeless gaze in his eyes finally began to return to normal, but he still seemed to be in a daze. Walala, almost at the same time, the giant black snake also completely disintegrated. Dazzling runes bloomed, sweeping out in a mighty manner. In a short moment it silently disappeared. Gugu, in a short moment, everything happened in a short moment. When they saw the scene in front of them, and looked at the rune energy that exploded in the sky, countless people fiercely sucked in a breath of cold air. No one would have thought that the giant black snake that could suppress everything, the terrifying attack that even Du Xiaofu at his peak, would be completely useless in front of Du Xiaofu. It couldn't even suppress the corner of Du Xiaofu's clothes. Instead, it was injured by Du Xiaofu's punch. Immediately, all the onlookers, both inside and outside the square below, seemed to have suddenly quivered. The depths of their souls also trembled, and their gazes suddenly fluctuated with shock, and the blood in their bodies began to surge. Boom! Suddenly, the entire sky shook with a loud bang. A ray of azure gold light erupted from Du Xiaofu's hand, and the energy of heaven and earth immediately surged and gathered. The azure gold light converged, and a completely azure gold longsword appeared. A domineering and fierce aura filled the air, and a clanging sound rang out. The azure gold longsword seemed simple, but it was actually extremely agile. The arc of the sword's edge was elegant, and the azure gold light shone brightly. The runes flowed, and it was completely natural. Whoosh! Without any delay, Du Xiaofu slashed out with his sword. It seemed like a simple slash, but the sound of wind and thunder suddenly resounded within the longsword. The azure gold brilliance shone brightly, and it seemed like it wanted to drown Du Xiaofu. The sword light spread out like lightning in front of Lu Kuan. Buzz! The simple sword seemed to contain the power to move mountains and overturn seas. It was enough to shake mountains and rivers, collapse mountains and crack the earth, and destroy everything. Chi-la-la, wherever the sword light passed, a long crack appeared on the ground below. It was like an earthquake, and it was terrifying. Chi! Lu Kuan came back to his senses, and his expression changed greatly. He quickly retreated, and the runes around his body erupted in panic. It was unknown what kind of strange movement martial skill he had used, but his figure actually dodged the sword light at an incredible angle. However, at this moment, everyone could see that Lu Kuan was seriously injured, and for some reason, his reaction was much slower. The strength and speed he had used in a panic was also greatly reduced, and it was far from his initial peak state. Tyrannical shadow transformation. Just as Lu Kuan's figure flashed out, a sneer appeared on Du Xiaofu's face. Layers of light bloomed on the azure gold longsword in his hand, and the sword blade turned into layers of chain horns, with dazzling azure gold talisman runes blooming, like the golden feathers of a golden-winged roc. The aura was also domineering and terrifying, and the brilliance poured down. The chain horns seemed to be separated, but in fact they were tightly connected, and instantly turned into an azure gold sword whip. Chi-la-la, the azure gold sword whip changed, like a spirit python attacking, a flood dragon soaring into the sky, and a great rock shaking the sky. Whoosh! Du Xiaofu waved his hand, and the azure gold sword whip swept out fiercely. It was agile and charming, and was dazzling. It also swept towards Lu Kuan's chest at an incredible angle. Lu Kuan's eyes were filled with shock, and he quickly dodged, but he avoided his chest, and the terrifying and agile sword whip directly slashed across his shoulder, like a reverse hook. The sword whip spun around and fiercely wrapped around Lu Kuan's left shoulder, but was blocked by the black and evil profound energy halo around Lu Kuan's body. Boom! At the same time, Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly. Golden light surged within his eyes, sharp and terrifying. With a shake of his hand seals, talisman markings flowed, and multicolored light flickered. The golden talisman markings on his body were dazzling like a rising sun, and an overbearing and fierce aura suddenly intensified and swept out. The pair of talisman markings on his back flapped, and flowing light overflowed and suffused the air. He was like a rock flapping its wings and soaring into the 9 heavens. Swish, above the azure gold sword whip, a vast and mighty pressure intensified, channeling the energy of heaven and earth, and spiraling like a flood dragon. Crack, crack, finally, the azure gold sword whip directly destroyed the black profound energy halo around Lu Kuan, who was greatly affected at this moment. The sword whip swept past, and then neatly cut off one of Lu Kuan's left arms. Pucci Lu Kuan's severed arm was dripping with blood. A large amount of blood mist poured into the air, and the blood at the corner of his mouth was also wildly spurting out. Chi 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 chi. The azure gold long whip was enchanting. In the end, it spun around and once again transformed into a natural, simple and elegant azure gold long sword. In the sky, a miserable wail came out from Lu Kuan's mouth. The pain of losing an arm was heart-wrenching, and his face immediately turned as pale as ash. Divine valor Marquis, invincible. At this moment, inside and outside the plaza, countless gazes trembled, their bodies trembled, and some people's eyes were filled with tears. One after another, trembling shouts resounded throughout the plaza, and rushed into the clouds of the imperial capital. Xiao Yu really wrote this chapter twice. After he finished the first time and read it again, everything was within his expectations. Although it was a little hot-blooded, he felt that something was missing. So, he gritted his teeth and decided to rewrite everything. I hope that all my readers can see the surprise in this chapter and see that Xiao Yu has been working hard all this time. Finally, I ask all the book brothers to continue to take care of me. Flowers, recommendation tickets, and so on, they are all love. Even a cup of coffee is excellent. Chapter 461. Damn it! Within the Tianhu Empire, 2 gloomy loud cries suddenly rang out amidst the similarly shocked gazes. The 2 old men, Jing Yu and Ming Hu, were the first to recover from Lu Kuan's miserable shriek. Their gazes and expressions changed drastically as the 2 figures suddenly pounced towards Du Xiaofu with lightning-like speed. To Jingyue and Minghu, nothing must happen to Lu Kuan. He was the hope of the entire Tianhu Empire and an important direct disciple of the Sky Serpent sect. If anything happened to Lu Kuan during this trip to the Stone Dragon Empire, even though they were ranked within the top 10 in the Tianhu Empire, they couldn't compare to Lu Kuan. Therefore, when they heard Lu Kuan's miserable shriek, how could they endure it? The 2 figures pounced towards Du Xiaofu like lightning. Jingyue and Minghu, what are you trying to do? At almost the same time, the North Vanquishing King, who had been staring at the plaza, let out a loud shout. An astonishing cold aura erupted from his seemingly skinny body as his figure shot out like lightning. Jingyue and Minghu, how dare you interfere in a fight between the younger generation? The Protector King shouted. As his voice rang out, a rune light shot out and an enormous pressure suddenly surged out. His figure also quickly disappeared from the city tower. Chi chi chi, the 4 of them attacked as fast as lightning. The 4 figures immediately collided in the air. 4 waves of energy surged and the rune shattered, causing a large area of space to tremble. The vast and mighty power caused everyone to tremble violently. The 4 figures immediately separated upon contact. They were Jingyue, Minghu, the North Vanquishing King and the Protector King. Looking at the North Vanquishing King and the Protector King in front of them, Jingyue and Minghu's faces were gloomy and ugly. Looking at the miserable Lu Kuan not far in front of them, their eyes even twitched. Even if they were beaten to death, they would never have imagined that Lu Kuan would suffer such a great injury at the hands of the purple-robed youth. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to interfere? The North Vanquishing King stared at the Mirror Moon and Minghu duo as a cold aura spread out from his body. A bone-chilling pressure also spread out, causing the surrounding air to be faintly covered in frost, causing people to shiver. Jingyu looked gloomy, her clothes were fluttering in the wind. She looked embarrassed and said to North Zhenwang, "Gentlemen, we don't want to get involved." This time, the competition between the young cultivators of the Tianhu Empire and the Stone Dragon Empire has already ended. It's between the young cultivators of the Tianhu Empire and the Stone Dragon Empire. That's enough. North Vanquishing Prince sneered. Jingyue's words made it clear that the war between the two empires had already ended, and the Tianhu Empire had won. Therefore, even if Du Xiaofu defeated Lu Kuan, it would only be a matter of the younger generation. Even if Lu Kuan lost, the Stone Dragon Empire would still lose 10 prefectures. North Vanquishing King's voice paused for a moment. An icy aura surged in his eyes as he looked at the black-haired elder, Jingyu, and coldly said, "Since you said it's between the young cultivators, then let's end it according to the young cultivators' method. As long as you're still in the square, you're responsible for your own life and death. No one is allowed to interfere." Jingyu's expression immediately turned gloomy. Being responsible for their own life and death was what the fourth Lu Kuan had said earlier. Lu Kuan's miserable wails gradually stopped at this moment. His face was deathly pale, and his eyes were bloodshot as he gloomily stared at Du Xiaofu. It was as if he was an injured poisonous snake staring at the hunter who had injured him. He was extremely resentful. At this moment, how could Lu Kuan believe that Du Xiaofu was actually able to injure him? The young man from the Savage Beast Mountain Range had actually surpassed him. In just one exchange, he was able to injure him. Only Lu Kuan himself knew all of this. All of this was caused by the huge energy impact from Du Xiaofu's eyes, which had directly injured his soul. That frightening spiritual strength was extremely frightening. However, that was also due to his carelessness. If he wasn't careless, that frightening spiritual strength would at the very most destroy his attack, and would not be able to injure him. Even if it could injure him, it would absolutely not be able to cause him to be so severely injured. In a short period of time, Lu Kuan's shoulder, which was bleeding from his severed arm, was wrapped in a sinister black xian-qi. The blood stain began to dry up. Then, he glanced sideways at the two people from Mirror Moon and Minghu and said, "You two, I haven't lost yet. You can leave now." Minghu was in a difficult position. Obviously, he didn't dare to let Lu Kuan take the risk. Lu Kuan's face began to turn gloomy. He looked at Minghu and Mirror Moon and shouted, "I told you to leave. Can't you hear me? I'll say it again. I haven't lost yet." The two people from Mirror Moon and Minghu looked at Lu Kuan, then looked at Du Xiaofu, who was holding the azure gold longsword in his hand. There was a hint of greed on the azure gold longsword. It was obviously an extremely extraordinary Dao artifact. Compared to the Rock Dragon Wind and Lightning Sword and the Green Sun Boundless Sword, it was many times more powerful. However, at this moment, the aura from the purple-robed young man, Du Xiaofu, wasn't as strong as before. This caused Mirror Moon and Minghu to have doubts in their hearts. "Alright, then be careful." Mirror Moon and Minghu looked at each other. They both secretly swept their gazes across the people from the Tianhu Empire. Then, they gritted their teeth and nodded. Their figures began to retreat. Mirror Moon and Ming also hoped that Lu Kuan could take this opportunity to eliminate the purple-robed young man. They could also see that Lu Kuan was too careless previously. If they could eliminate the purple-robed young man now, it could be considered as destroying the Stone Dragon Empire's hope. Otherwise, if this extraordinary purple-robed young man was allowed to grow, he might really become a pillar of the Stone Dragon Empire in the future. At that time, it would be even more difficult for the Tianhu Empire to deal with the Stone Dragon Empire. Investigating the situation of the Stone Dragon Empire was also one of their true goals this time. Xiaofu, if that's the case, then you don't have to be polite. You are responsible for your own life and death. Be careful, North Vanquishing Monarch said to Du Xiaofu, who wasn't far away. Everyone could understand the meaning behind his words. Although it seemed like he was telling Du Xiaofu to be careful, it also meant that North Vanquishing Monarch was angry. Even if Du Xiaofu could kill LV Kuan now, if he could seize the opportunity to kill the martial king of the Stone Dragon Empire, 10 mansions would be absolutely worth it. Whoosh whoosh. North Vanquishing Monarch's figure flew back as soon as he finished speaking. His body was surrounded by multicolored light as he looked at Du Xiaofu. Faint lightning flickered in his eyes, but he didn't say anything as he retreated with North Vanquishing Monarch. Buzz. In the air, Du Xiaofu was holding the tyrannical shadow in his hand. The azure gold runes shone brightly as if they were formed by nature. It was as if they were suppressing a volcanic energy. It had the power to move mountains and seas. It was enough to shake mountains and rivers and destroy everything in its path. Good, very good. I didn't expect you to grow to such a level. LV Kuan sneered as he looked at Du Xiaofu with a cold gaze. His pale face was ashen as a black evil aura gradually rose. As this evil aura rose, the withered aura on his body also strangely strengthened. Crackle, along with the fluctuation of the evil aura, deep and faint talisman runes spread on the surface of Lu Kuan's body, as if they were climbing out from the depths of his body. Suddenly, an extraordinary fluctuation appeared in this space of the sky. In an instant, with LV Kuan as the center, the surrounding space began to distort. It was as if a spatial barrier had rippled. In just a moment, a large area of space was distorted into a strange arc. A monstrous cold aura also completely erupted. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's expression changed when he sensed the erupting and spreading dark and cold aura. Even though he was quite a distance away, Du Xiaofu was still able to feel the terrifying feeling brought about by the dark and evil aura. The dark and cold aura spread, causing the blood in one's body to stiffen and numb one's soul. Even one's body began to freeze and stiffen. What kind of aura is this? It's too terrifying. Around the square, countless gazes were trembling. The evil aura was too terrifying. It was as if the gate to the depths of hell had been opened. That aura was difficult to resist. Hula! At this moment, LV Kuan stood in the sky. His venomous snake-like eyes were currently suffused with a deep and faint color. They released a grand glow and were covered with blood, causing him to look exceptionally strange. Even LV Kuan's entire body had begun to turn sinister at this moment. A faint glow covered his entire body. Even the black veins on his face bulged, as if they were about to break through his skin. Talisman runes crisscrossed the surface of his body, appearing as if they were covered with black blood. Together with his pale and sinister face, he looked just like an evil ghost. Crackle! At this moment, the wound on LV Kuan's broken arm was hideous. However, under countless shocked gazes, a grand glow actually began to spread. Light flickered on the broken arm. In the end, an arm that was covered in a faint glow appeared out of nowhere. The broken arm from before had actually recovered to its original state. Oh my God! Gulp gulp! At this moment, countless gazes around the square were shocked. All of them sucked in a breath of cold air. A faint, enormous pressure came from the depths of one's blood and soul, causing one's heart to tremble for no reason and wanting to crawl. Buzz! Du Xiaofu moved. His figure was as ethereal as a god. His entire body was wrapped in a golden light as he appeared in front of LV Kuan like a ghost. Sword light erupted as his sword swept down, as if it was tearing through space. Immediately, it once again chopped down on LV Kuen's newly grown arm. Crackle! As the sword light swept past, the tyrant shadow released its pressure and channeled the energy of heaven and earth. It was tyrannical and destroyed everything. It destroyed the runelight defense on LV Kuen's arm and directly cut off LV Kuen's newly grown arm from the shoulder. TSK, a Tao artifact in your hands is still unable to unleash its full power. I am a human king. My bloodline is undying, and I have awakened the undying martial vein. Brat, you are no longer my match. LV Kuen's sinister and ear-piercing voice sounded out. Under the broken arm, the other arm trembled. A palm print was like lightning as it directly slapped onto Du Xiaofu's body. Chapter 462. Bam! A low and heavy muffled sound resounded from Du Xiaofu's chest, and the light golden profound energy defense around his body was instantly smashed into pieces by Lu Kuen's palm. A terrifying and enormous force swept out, and then Du Xiaofu's figure directly fell from midair. Whoosh! At the same time, when Du Xiaofu's body fell, the aura of the Meridian Spirit Realm Nirvana Realm was pushed to the extreme. The tyrant shadow in his hand instantly turned into a green-golden sword whip separated from the body of the sword. It was domineering and agile, ancient and demonic as it strangely pierced towards Lu Kuen's chest. Whoosh! Lu Kuen avoided the vital part of his chest, as if he did not dare to directly take the attack on his internal organs. However, he allowed the sword whip to pierce through his shoulder. A bloody hole appeared and the sword whip was retracted. However, there was not much blood flowing out from the bloody hole. A bright light spread and the bloody hole was instantly healed. Even the place where the arm was cut off just now grew a new arm. It was as good as new. Bam! Du Xiaofu's body fell heavily to the ground, causing the earth to shake and large cracks to appear on the ground. Has the Valor Marquis lost? Everyone's eyes trembled. Previously, Du Chang had lost the ability to continue fighting after being blasted to the ground. Would the Valor Marquis be the same for Du Xiaofu now? Under everyone's gaze, Du Xiaofu crawled up from the cracks on the ground. His face was pale and under everyone's worried gaze, he spat out a mouthful of faint golden blood. He stood up. Well done, Valor Marquis. Valor Marquis continued to resist. The spectators around the square were all worried when they saw this scene. They all clenched their fists and trembled under the evil pressure. The Nirvana realm of the Meridian Spirit Realm. This guy's true cultivation level is only at the Nirvana realm of the Meridian Spirit Realm. At this moment, the people on the tower had finally confirmed Du Xiaofu's true level of cultivation, and all of them were shocked once more. Du Xiaofu was only at the Nirvana realm of the Pulse Spirit Realm. He had not even reached the initial stage of the Martial Lord realm. Yet, he was able to contend with Lu Kuen at the Nirvana realm of the Pulse Spirit Realm. This was already a deep shock to everyone present. On the city tower, Jingyue, Minghu, and the others from the Tianhu Empire smiled coldly. Is this the terrifying aspect of a human king's talent? When the Stone Dragon Empire's people saw Lu Kuen's strange and shocking aura, they couldn't help but feel a strange pressure that made even the old men want to prostrate themselves. The expressions of the Stone Dragon Empire's people on the city walls were all grave. Du Xiaofu, who was only at the Meridian Spirit Realm, naturally had some special abilities. However, could he really contend against Lu Kuen, who was at the Martial King Realm? Even if Lu Kuen had been unexpectedly injured, he was still at the Martial King Realm. Du Xiaofu looked at the sky and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Lu Kuen, who was in the sky, was like an evil ghost. The aura that spread out from his body was terrifying. The pressure that spread out made people want to prostrate themselves on the ground. The immortal martial vein. Although the immortal martial vein in that brat's body is very complicated, it is still the immortal martial vein. Although it can't be compared to the true immortal martial vein, it is still enough for him to have the talent of a human king. At this moment, Zhen Qingquan's voice once again entered Du Xiaofu's ears. His voice was filled with surprise. "Brother Qingquan, is this strange and evil thing the immortal martial vein?" Du Xiaofu asked softly. "Don't make a sound. There are experts hidden in the Tianhu Empire. Just now, when I borrowed your body with the power of my primordial spirit, it almost attracted their attention. Now you can only rely on yourself. Although this brat has the immortal martial vein, it is still far from being comparable to the true immortal martial vein. The true immortal martial vein is an innate supreme body. It is said that only those big clans have it. This brat is still far from it." Zhen Qingquan's voice continued to enter Du Xiaofu's ears. "This fellow has already been severely injured and is greatly affected. He is unable to display the strength of a martial king realm sovereign personage. However, this immortal martial vein can be said to be immortal. It is too difficult to deal with it with your current strength. You can't use the full power of your peak Dao artifact. If you don't injure his vital points, it won't have much effect on the immortal martial vein. Instead, it will consume a lot of your energy. You have to think of a way to deal with it. It would be best if you can suppress it. This immortal martial vein is very complicated, so its vital points are its weak point. Think of a way to deal with its weak point." Du Xiaofu's eyes moved as he stared at the sky. His previous attack could directly affect Lu Kuan's soul because of the power of Zhen Qingquan's primordial spirit. Using the power of Zhen Qingquan's primordial spirit to activate a kind of soul attack of a talisman master had almost attracted attention. If Zhen Qingquan were to help at this moment, he was afraid that the existence of Zhen Qingquan's primordial spirit would be directly exposed. The consequences would be more or less troublesome. "Brat, prepare to die." Lu Kuan's ferocious face was ashen. His eerie and strange eyes were filled with resentment and malice. It was accompanied by a monstrous evil aura that made people's blood freeze, their bodies stiffen, and their souls become sluggish. His body swooped down, and a black palm print spread out, diving and collapsing towards Du Xiaofu. "Aowo!" Du Xiaofu withdrew the tyrannical shadow from his hand into his body, and the purple broadsword on his back was also unsheathed and inserted into the ground beside him. The cracked ground of the square beneath his feet constantly shook violently. Then a loud shout came from his mouth, like a dragon's roar and a divine elephant's cry. Suddenly his aura was incomparably domineering, looking down on all living things. Boom! Amidst the domineering and surging aura, the mysterious runes on Du Xiaofu's body released ripples. With the sound of wind and thunder, they turned into a palm print, accompanied by an imperceptible trajectory and rune ripples. Finally, like a collision of meteorites, it fiercely charged upwards and collided with Lu Kuan's palm print. Such a collision instantly caused the space to be oppressed and distorted together. A huge boom resounded through the space like thunder. Rumble! Turbulent energy ripples spread out, causing the entire surrounding space to tremble rapidly. The ground of the plaza, which had long been cracked, intensified at this moment. Many of the walls of the plaza on top of the city towers in the distance were the first to tilt and collapse, accompanied by a rumbling sound that sounded like a landslide. Crack, crack. Soon after, the streets in the distance also began to crack. The terrifying energy spread out, causing one's mind to tremble in fear, as if a disaster had arrived. The terrifying storm of runes immediately swept out like a hurricane. However, when the storm of runes reached a certain range, it came to a sudden stop and gradually disappeared. What terrifying strength! Inside and outside the square, on the city towers, countless gazes looked at each other, all of them deeply shocked. Humph! As the energy spread out, Du Xiaofu's figure trembled and was immediately forced back. His feet sank deep into the ground of the stone square, and a muffled groan came from his throat. At the same time, faint golden blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Even the aura around his body was shaken into chaos. Lu Kuan's figure was forced back. He had also been greatly affected by Du Xiaofu's punch. Shock flashed through his ferocious eyes, and then he became even more resentful. If he hadn't been seriously injured, Du Xiaofu wouldn't have been able to resist him, no matter how strong he was. Let's see how many times you can resist. You're an arrow at the end of its flight. Lu Kuan sneered. His figure swept through the air, overflowing with evil, and he once again charged towards Du Xiaofu. Hum! The golden brilliance in Du Xiaofu's eyes spread and the golden light soared into the sky like a rising sun. A pair of golden talisman inscriptions suddenly stretched out and his body flipped over the rocks on the ground as he soared into the sky. Stepping in midair, the wings on his back overflowed with flowing light. The light illuminated the sky and was able to directly sweep away the evil aura that Lu Kuan had covered in midair. Chi! A golden light gushed out, and a tyrannical and ferocious aura suddenly spread out from Du Xiaofu's body. In an instant, Du Xiaofu's hand also slapped out fiercely to meet the attack. Along with the flickering and condensing of layers of faint golden talisman runes, like the golden wings of a golden-winged roc, golden light erupted and illuminated the sky. Boom! A low muffled sound was heard again. Amidst the overflowing evil aura, the golden rune patterns around Du Xiaofu's hand were in a stalemate with the evil and strange rune patterns for a while, then they were immediately shattered by the evil rune patterns in the other party's palm. Puchi! A huge force surged, and the surging evil aura made Du Xiaofu, who was at the pulse spirit realm, unable to completely withstand it even though he had used the aura of the golden-winged roc to resist more than half of it. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Qi La Du Xiaofu's body was once again blasted back by a surge of terrifying force. He flew fiercely and collided with a broken city wall not far away. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resounded in the square. Countless pieces of gravel shot out from the dust and splashed in all directions, causing a scene of shock and chaos. The terrifying force also destroyed the city walls. Bang! Du Xiaofu once again landed on the cracked ground of the square, causing the ground to shake. The city wall behind him collapsed, and a large amount of gravel immediately covered him. Humph! In the end, he is still unable to contend against me. How strong can he be? On the city wall, under the worried and serious gazes of the Du family, Du Yi secretly wiped away a sinister look. It's best if he is killed. The 10 prefectures of my empire are nothing. In the front row, a cold smile appeared on Qing Chao's face, and his eyes were filled with a vicious chill. Chapter 463. At this moment, Ouyang Shuang, CFA, Second Princess Qing Yan and the others in the front row all had worried and grave expressions. First Princess Qing Xingnan was also frowning with worry in her eyes. Her delicate hands tightly gripped the armrest of her chair as she muttered, "Shameless fellow, you have to fight back. At most, I'll forgive you for what happened in the past." Du Xiaoqing was also frowning as she sat on her chair. Her gaze was fixed on the pile of rubble in the dusty plaza. Don't worry, he won't be defeated so easily. Although worry appeared in little demon Du's pale golden spirit pupils, at this moment, she was full of confidence that Du Xiaofu would be able to take down the trading company. Among the crowd in the plaza, there was also a sinister gaze staring at the pile of rubble. It was Li Yu of the Li family. After Du Xiaofu became the Valor Divine Marquis, he had close relationships with the various duke palaces and was extremely powerful himself. Li Yu had been unable to sleep for the past few days. He was afraid that the Valor Divine Marquis Du Xiaofu would think of him at any time to settle the score. At that time, the entire Li family would not be able to protect him. At this moment, seeing this scene, Li Yu did not care about the prestige of the empire. His life was the most important thing. To Li Yu, only if Du Xiaofu was directly beaten to death or crippled would he be able to be at ease in the future. Otherwise, he would be unable to sleep every day and night in the future. He would be unable to sit still and be on tenterhook. Valor Divine Marquis, Stand up and give us a miracle. Valor Divine Marquis, stand up again. We support you. Please give us a miracle. The gazes of the spectators in the plaza all looked at the pile of rubble. Low voices of anticipation spread as all of them prayed in their hearts. Everyone knew that if Du Xiaofu was defeated, there would be no one in the younger generation in the empire who could fight against the terrifying Lu Kuan. Is this kid really going to create a miracle? On the city tower, the North Vanquishing Prince's nervous eyes suddenly narrowed as he looked at the pile of rubble below. Ripples appeared on his skinny and wrinkled face. Then, under countless gazes, the pile of rubble shook and a figure faintly appeared from within the dust. In the sky, Lu Kuan floated in midair. His face immediately twitched, becoming increasingly gloomy and ugly. When he saw the figure that had appeared once again within the rubble and dust, a dark and cold chill rose on his sinister and terrifying face. In the plaza, a purple-robed figure slowly walked, blood dripped from his mouth. His body was covered in a faint golden light. Golden talisman rune lights covered's body. Golden talisman, mysterious golden talisman runic patterns as covereds. When the purple-robed figure was clearly seen, the temperature in the plaza all rose for no reason. Who else could that figure be other than the divine valor Marquis Du Xiaofu? When Du Xiaofu's figure appeared, he wiped the blood from his mouth. Suddenly, he stomped his foot on the ground, causing rubble to shoot out. The talisman wings on his back once again condensed and shook. Emitting a domineering and terrifying aura, he instantly stepped into the air and once again hovered in the air. Divine Valor Marquis. At this moment, countless loud shouts and cheers came from the bottom of their hearts. TSK, an undying cockroach. It's a pity that you can't change the result. Lu Kuan sneered. He had activated his undying martial vein several times, but he was still unable to suppress Du Xiaofu. On his hideous face, the chilling killing intent in his terrifying eyes had reached its peak. With a wave of his hand, the evil aura that filled the sky condensed. Mysterious talisman runes flickered, and his hideous body was like an evil ghost that instantly swept towards Du Xiaofu. The evil aura that filled the sky covered the sky and the earth, causing the surroundings to tremble. The pressure of a human king filled the sky, and it wasn't something that an ordinary person could withstand. It caused the profound energy within a person's body to freeze and the soul to become sluggish. Qi. Looking at the sky, the corner of Du Xiaofu's mouth dripped with blood. His aura suddenly became overbearing. Flowing light overflowed and filled the air. His wings were like the wings of a rock, soaring through the 9 heavens, resisting the enormous pressure of a human king from Lu Kuan. Seeming to have felt the aura from Du Xiaofu's body, Lu Kuan's gaze flickered. This aura seemed to be related to the terrifying golden-winged rock in the barbaric beast mountain range. At that time, he had even obtained the feathers of the golden-winged rock and the purple flame demonic phoenix. It seems that you also obtained great benefits in the barbaric beast mountain range. But now you can't change the result. Die. Lu Kuan sneered, and a fist instantly rushed out. The fist was wrapped in mysterious talisman runes, overflowing with evil aura, and was suppressed by the undying martial vein. A deep and terrifying light bloomed like a demon, bombarding and suppressing Du Xiaofu. It was so fast that there was no way to dodge. Boom! The surrounding space above the square trembled. Lu Kuan's fist directly blasted out. Although it was simple and direct, the mysterious talisman runes on the fist dimmed and became brilliant. The dark light released became deep and overflowing with evil aura. This was because the communication involved the undying martial vein. At this moment, Lu Kuan had already activated his absolute killing intent. He activated the pressure of a human king from the undying martial vein, wanting to directly kill Du Xiaofu. Divine Valor Marquis. Everyone's body trembled as they looked up at the sky. They clenched their fists, and their eyes were scarlet red as they stared intently. Rock descends to the ninth heaven, suppress. Du Xiaofu flapped his wings again, and the talisman wings on his back opened and closed. Golden light bloomed and filled the sky. It was as if a real golden-winged rock had descended, carrying the domineering will of the golden-winged rock clan. He flapped his wings and directly swept towards Lu Kuan's fist. Rumble! The wings suppressed the terrifying fist, and a series of talisman runes shot out, blooming brilliantly, and energy swept across the sky. Lu Kuan's mighty fist was also suppressed by Du Xiaofu's rock descends to the ninth heaven. I'm a human king, and I have the undying martial vein. You can't go against me anymore. Break! Lu Kuan sneered and shouted. The mysterious talisman runes on his fist erupted, and with a loud bang, it directly destroyed Du Xiaofu's rock descends to the ninth heaven wings. It turned into a large number of broken talisman runes that surged in the sky, causing the countless gazes in the square to tremble violently. Chi! The evil fist wrapped in talisman runes, accompanied by the pressure of a human king, rapidly enlarged in Du Xiaofu's eyes. At this moment, Du Xiaofu could no longer dodge. He couldn't even activate his meridian spirit in time, and even if he did, it wouldn't be of any use. The fist was like thunder, and it landed on his chest with a loud bang. Bang! With a low muffled sound, Du Xiaofu's chest was hit by a huge force, and the evil Yin energy surged into his body. Kid, die. In front of me, you're far from enough. Lu Kuan's sinister face sneered. In an instant, fist after fist landed on Du Xiaofu's chest like a rainstorm. Rumble, fist after fist landed on Du Xiaofu's chest, and waves of terrifying talisman runes sputtered out rings of terrifying energy ripples that spread out in a ring shape. Bang bang bang! Over 10 punches landed on Du Xiaofu's chest in a row. This was the most powerful attack. Under everyone's watchful eyes, it wasn't hard to see that Du Xiaofu's chest was beginning to turn into a bloody mess. Blood was dripping, and the white bones were faintly visible. Du Xiaofu's mouth was constantly vomiting blood, and his internal organs were instantly shattered. His consciousness was shaken, and it was as if he was about to lose consciousness. He was becoming more and more powerless to resist. All the defenses on his body had already been shattered, and even his marrow-cleansing body was unable to resist such a huge force. Bang! Lu Kuan's final fist landed, and Du Xiaofu's body fell from the sky, smashing into the ground like a meteor. Rumble! This time, Du Xiaofu smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater around him. Gravel shot out in all directions, and large cracks appeared on the ground, spreading all the way out of the square. Valiant Marquis! Under the bombardment of punches, Du Xiaofu's chest was badly mangled, and it was as if he had bombarded their chests and souls. Among the spectators below the square, there were women with tears in their eyes, and they didn't dare to look directly. Countless hot-blooded men clenched their fists, and their eyes were bloodshot. Their nails dug into their palms, and blood flowed out. Xiaofu. Ouyang Shuang's eyes were wet, and her expression changed. Sister Shuang, don't worry. Brother is fine now. Du Xiaoqing whispered to Ouyang Shuang. From her observation, she knew that her brother's aura hadn't reached the most worrisome stage yet. However, at this moment, her pure and innocent eyes were looking at Lu Kuan in the sky, and a cold ripple appeared in her eyes. He's still lost? He's already very strong. He must hold on. So what if he lost 10 prefectures? The Tianhu Empire has Lu Kuan, and now the Stone Dragon Empire also has Du Xiaofu. In time, the valiant Marquis Du Xiaofu won't be inferior to Lu Kuan. On the city gate tower, many old men looked at the Protector King and the North Vanquishing Prince, as if they wanted them to stop the fight. Old man, what do you think? The Protector King looked at the North Vanquishing Prince, and his eyes flickered with faint lightning. He frowned, as if he wanted to stop the fight. So what if he lost 10 prefectures? Talent is the most important thing. On the North Vanquishing Prince's skinny and wrinkled face, His eyes flickered, and he wanted to stop the fight. He hasn't lost yet. Don't worry, let him handle it himself. Standing on Du Xiaoqing's shoulder, Du Xiaoyao spoke, stopping the North vanquishing prince and the protector king. Du Xiaoyao and Du Xiaofu had a spiritual connection, so she knew that although Du Xiaofu was severely injured, his vitality wasn't in danger. Instead, Du Xiaoyao could feel that the vitality in Du Xiaofu's body was beginning to undergo a strange violent change. Moreover, Du Xiaoyao also knew that Du Xiaofu had a martial vein spiritual mark. If Lu Kuan really wanted to kill Du Xiaofu, it would be difficult for him to do so. Chapter 464. Translator. H2-H2 Mr. All gazes fell on the dusty ground of the plaza. This time, no one would believe that there would be a miracle. Everyone had just seen that Du Xiaofu's chest was dripping with blood and white bones. He was most likely dead. In the sky, Lu Kuan's gaze also landed on the plaza below with a cold smile. On his ferocious face, his eyes were like those of a ferocious beast, causing fear to rise in people's hearts. Suddenly, Lu Kuan seemed to have sensed something. The expression on his ferocious face changed. His gaze abruptly twitched as an evil aura surged. His figure pounced downwards, arriving below in a flash. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! At the same time, the sound of wind breaking resounded from the dusty ground below. A total of 18 streaks of light soared into the sky, all of them filled with astonishing energy fluctuations. The 18 streaks of light instantly floated in the air, turning into 18 formation flags. They directly stopped Lu Kuan's figure, causing his expression to change slightly. When the 18 formation flags appeared, they enveloped the space with lightning speed and trajectory. Then, they turned into dazzling rune-light pillars and disappeared. Boom! All of a sudden, the sky trembled violently. Dazzling runes suddenly spread out in the sky, causing the entire space to rumble and tremble. A powerful rune array appeared and enveloped LV Kuan in an instant. Endless energy rune light distorted the space. Finally, the rune array covered the sky and covered the sun. High up in the sky, the clouds surged, causing the world to darken. This is a 5-star mysterious rune array. Could it be that Du Xiaofu is already a 5-star mysterious rune master? This is an illusory array. It is not as sturdy as a defensive rune array or as fierce as an offensive rune array. However, once trapped in the illusory array, it will be difficult to escape. This illusory array is not ordinary. As the rune array was set up, the countless gazes in the plaza were stunned. No one had expected that at the last moment Du Xiaofu would actually be able to set up such a terrifying rune array. Many nervous gazes on the city gate tower also became excited. That is the sole bewitching formation of the Enlightenment realm in the Academy. He should have comprehended it during the 5 years he was in the Talisman realm in the Academy. I didn't expect him to have already reached such a level in the Tao of Talismans. It has already surpassed his cultivation base in martial arts. Light rippled in Gu Xinyan's eyes, but she was still frowning. An arrow at the end of its flight, struggling in the face of death. In the Tianhu Empire's formation, the black-haired Jing Yu sneered. A 5-star mysterious level illusion array wouldn't be able to trap LV Kuan for long. If LV Kuan was at his peak, he would be able to break the array by force. But now, he would only be trapped for a short while. As the illusory array enveloped the square, the gazes of the people in the square changed again. The atmosphere was tense. In the deep pit on the ground, Du Xiaofu clenched his teeth and screamed. His chest was continuously bombarded by LV Kuan's martial king realm human king. With Du Xiaofu's cultivation base in the pulse spirit realm at the Nirvana realm, even if he had the body of the golden-winged rock, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Especially under the bombardment of LV Kuan's terrifying immortal martial vein, the power was even more sinister and terrifying. He couldn't withstand it. When he was being bombarded continuously, Du Xiaofu had already started to condense the rune array with all his strength. At this moment, after activating the 5-star mysterious level illusion array with his cultivation base as a 5-star spiritual talisman master in the enlightenment realm, he really couldn't withstand it anymore. His entire body collapsed and he was on the verge of death. At this moment, Du Xiaofu felt that a large number of his ribs had already been broken. They were cracked to the point that they were about to shatter into pieces. That kind of intense pain was connected to his heart. His internal organs also began to crack. The pain was heart-wrenching and indescribable. He even felt that death was approaching. At the same time, waves of terrifying sinister energy that surged into his body because of LV Kuan's bombardment directly destroyed all the vitality in his body, causing the blood in Du Xiaofu's body to coagulate. His entire body stiffened, and his soul was also affected. The terrifying sinister energy spread from his chest to his limbs, causing Du Xiaofu to be unable to move in a short period of time. It was as if his body had turned into a zombie. Even his internal organs were affected and stiffened. This time, for some reason, under such a destructive attack, the mysterious martial vein spirit seal on Du Xiaofu's body didn't work anymore. In the end, Du Xiaofu's bloody face also began to become ferocious. It was as if he was exactly the same as LV Kuan, looking demonic and terrifying. The life force in Du Xiaofu's body became weaker and weaker. However, at this moment, only his chest still maintained its vitality. At this moment, Du Xiaofu felt a sudden heat coming from his chest. Among the broken and shattered ribs in his chest, there was a breastbone that couldn't be broken. However, at this moment it was loosened by the impact of the huge force. It was a broken bone. Du Xiaofu's dazed consciousness remembered that it was a broken bone from the golden-winged rock that he had strangely obtained in the Savage Beast mountain range. Huff! At this moment, the surging sinister energy corroded and destroyed his entire body, but it was unable to corrode this broken bone. It seemed that because the sinister energy didn't want to corrode and destroy it, the broken bone suddenly fluctuated. At this moment, the broken bone seemed to have suffered a fierce attack from the sinister energy. It began to emit a dazzling light, like a dazzling ball of light, and began to seep out golden blood. This golden blood directly flowed into Du Xiaofu's heart, blood vessels, meridians, flesh, muscles, and then connected to all the bones in his body. Walala! The golden blood that flowed out was domineering and fierce. It seemed to have been provoked by the sinister energy and exploded. Immediately, the sinister energy that had surged into Du Xiaofu's body from Lu Kuan's bombardment was completely destroyed. This was the aura of an absolute king. It couldn't be provoked, couldn't be corroded, and was filled with absolute arrogance. It destroyed everything that provoked it. Then, this golden blood flowed naturally in Du Xiaofu's extremely weak body, as if it was connected to his blood vessels. The broken bone in Du Xiaofu's chest was clearly not large, but endless golden blood flowed out, covering his bones, muscles, and internal organs. It flowed through his blood vessels and meridians, nourishing his bones. There were also mysterious talisman patterns that flickered and gushed out like a golden sun. A huge amount of energy also suddenly surged out. Du Xiaofu was extremely familiar with this kind of energy. It was as though the two of them had merged into one. However, the magnitude of this energy caused Du Xiaofu's body to feel as though it was about to explode. This energy was far greater than what he had felt back in the Savage Beast mountain range. At the same time, the terrifying energy that spread out from the broken bone was far more pure than when he was in the barbaric Beast mountain range. It spread out with the purest energy waves, and in a short moment, Du Xiaofu's body was about to explode. This is the purest energy of the golden-winged Great Pring. In his dazed consciousness, Du Xiaofu immediately regained consciousness under this impact. The familiar aura was extremely pure, like a person who lacked oxygen seeing air, or a fish that lacked water returning to the sea. Without even thinking, Du Xiaofu instinctively activated the cultivation method of the golden-winged Great Peng clan. The endless energy that surged out from the broken bone directly became Du Xiaofu's own profound qi. At this moment, this energy was completely equivalent to Du Xiaofu's own energy. He did not even need to refine it himself. It was like the terrifying energy hidden in the depths of Du Xiaofu's body had all returned to his body at this moment. Middle stage of the Meridian Spirit Realm. Late stage. Peak middle stage of the Meridian Spirit Realm. Middle stage of the Meridian Spirit Realm, as Du Xiaofu circulated the cultivation method of the Golden-Winged Rock Clan, the profound energy in his body and the energy that surged out from the broken bone immediately returned to their positions. They converged into the spirit gate below his abdomen, reincarnated through all the acupoints and meridians in his body, breaking through the invisible barriers on the path of cultivation, causing his cultivation level to soar like a rocket. Within the broken bone in his chest, Du Xiaofu felt that his body was beginning to sublimate under the pure energy and golden blood. This kind of pure golden blood was like the purest blood essence of the golden-winged Great Peng. His internal organs, bones, muscles, and everything else were transforming and strengthening once again. They were all cleansed of the last traces of impurities, and were completely approaching the most terrifying and powerful physique of a true golden-winged Great Peng. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's current state was completely different from when he was in the Savage Beast Mountain range. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was immersed in this wonderful state. It was like a baby that had returned to his mother's embrace. It was as if he was a newborn true golden-winged Great Peng, constantly absorbing oxygen, searching for everything he needed, obtaining everything that could strengthen himself, making himself stronger. What's going on? What's going on? That seems to be the aura of the Divine Valor Marquis. At this moment, under the countless gazes of the surroundings, a golden light that resembled the sun erupted from the deep pit where the Divine Valor Marquis Du Xiaofu had fallen. Circles of golden light illuminated the entire plaza, and a tyrannical and ferocious aura spread out. Boom! From within the dazzling golden light, countless talisman runes shuttled out like golden lightning. The tyrannical and terrifying aura was enough to cause all beasts to tremble. It caused the demonic beast vain souls in the bodies of countless people around the plaza to tremble violently. At this moment, countless gazes were filled with shock. On the city gate tower, many excited people moved closer to the front row of the city gate tower, trembling as they stared at the golden light that resembled the sun. Everyone knew that at this moment, the Divine Valor Marquis Du Xiaofu was undergoing some kind of change. At the very least, this change proved that the Divine Valor Marquis Du Xiaofu had not lost yet. Chapter 465. That brat is very strange. Within the Tianhu Empire's formation, Jingyue, Ming Hu and the others were also shocked. Behind Jingyue and Ming Hu, an old man wearing a black robe and a wide hat raised his head slightly. His eyes were overflowing with brilliance as he looked at the golden light erupting from the sky below. Bang bang bang! At this moment, the symbol array that Du Xiaofu had set up in the air above the plaza finally began to distort. A terrifying wave of energy spread out from within the symbol array. Then, under many shocked gazes, the huge illusion array finally began to explode, rumble. Violent energy swept out, causing the entire plaza to tremble violently. Symbols bloomed in the sky, and the energy spread out to make people tremble. The symbol array was directly destroyed. Lu Kuan's figure appeared in the sky once again. Black veins bulged on his ferocious and pale face. His eyes were filled with a deep and strange color of blood scars. A faint light covered his entire body, and mysterious symbols crisscrossed on the surface of his body like black blood scars. He looked like an evil ghost, but his aura made people's hearts tremble for no reason, and they wanted to prostrate themselves before him. Lu Kuan's gaze also fell on the golden light that had erupted below. His strange eyes were filled with doubt. The domineering and sharp aura that spread out from the golden light was frightening, causing his heart to faintly tremble. Rumble. Within the golden light, a faint rumbling sound could be heard. A terrifying pressure swept out, and it was extremely shocking. Whoosh. Within the golden light, dazzling golden symbols and mysterious symbols soared into the sky. These golden symbols and mysterious symbols were divided into two groups. A group of densely packed golden symbols and mysterious symbols rushed out. Then, above the golden light, they directly lined up and condensed into the shadow of a golden-winged rock. At this moment, the domineering and terrifying aura reached its peak. The golden-winged rock shadow seemed to have been injected with life, and it wanted to spread its wings and soar into the sky, suppressing all the experts in the world. Boom! The other golden talisman markings condensed into an illusory mountain peak that extended out as if it had been bestowed with life. Its aura was overbearing to the point of shaking one's soul, and it emitted a dazzling golden glow. Its boundless pressure and aura overflowed into the sky, causing the earth to rumble and the distant mountains to tremble endlessly. The golden halo began to disappear. Within the deep pit, one could see Du Xiaofu sitting cross-legged. The flesh and blood on his chest were scattered, and his bones had long since recovered. On the surface of Du Xiaofu's body, golden talisman patterns spread out. Behind him, the shadow of a mountain peak and the shadow of a golden-winged rock floated at the same time. Under the two terrifying pressures, the heavens and earth trembled and the earth began to rumble. What a powerful pressure! A frightening might spread across the surrounding square, causing everyone to feel suffocated as they looked at it. Their bodies involuntarily trembled, while the veins, spirit, and soul within their bodies trembled in fear. What's going on? Could that be a golden-winged rock? The golden-winged rock and that strange, illusory mountain peak. Could they both be Du Xiaofu's vain spirits? Why are there two vain spirits? This is too strange. The pressure is too frightening. On the city tower, many old men who were sitting upright immediately stood up in shock. Under the spreading of the terrifying pressure, even those who were at the peak of the martial marquis realm could not withstand it. Even martial kings were affected. Are there two vain spirits? Unbelievable. The illusory mountain peak's vain spirit, could it be the North vanquishing prince's eyes trembled in shock. He was also puzzled by this scene. He seemed to have vaguely thought of some legends, but he was not sure and did not dare to think too much about it. The shadow of the golden-winged rock was evolving behind Du Xiaofu's back. The illusory mountain peak was growing and condensing, communicating with the energy of the heavens and earth. Boom! A frightening aura spread out like an earthquake. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Even the sky trembled as a frightening aura rose violently from Du Xiaofu's body. The valiant Marquis Du Xiaofu is breaking through. He is breaking through. The aura is about to reach the martial marquis realm. The valiant Marquis Du Xiaofu is breaking through to the martial marquis realm. On the city tower, some old men exclaimed in shock. At this moment, the frightening aura on Du Xiaofu's body rose, causing their hearts to tremble. What a strange kid! Lu Kuan's eyes trembled. The faint pupils on his ferocious face were suffused with a sinister light. His heart sank as a frightening evil aura surged out from his body. The wind blew and the clouds surged. The frightening pressure that filled the sky caused people's bodies to stiffen and their souls to become sluggish. No matter how strange you are, it's useless in front of me, the human king. A sinister shout came from Lu Kuan's mouth. He formed a seal with his hand and faint black profound energy rapidly surged out from his body. In the end, it seemed to have transformed into dark clouds that covered the sky. The dark clouds covered the sky and even the sunlight could not shine in, causing the world to become dark. Only the golden-winged rock and the mountain around Du Xiaofu were shining with a golden light. The surging evil aura lingered and in the end, even Lu Kuan's figure disappeared without a trace. In an instant the entire space, which was covered by dark clouds and glittering golden light, became quiet. This aura made people's hair stand on end for no reason and made them feel uneasy. Even the few martial kings present had their faces changed. Without a doubt, when Lu Kuan saw the change in the valiant Marquis du Xiaofu, he was going to use his full strength. Die, it's time to end this. In the quiet and palpitating plaza, a sinister shout resounded from the rolling dark clouds. The frightening evil aura seemed to cause the entire space to tremble. Chi 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 chi. Accompanied by the terrifying pressure, a giant black serpent image swept out and instantly dived towards Du Xiaofu, who was in the deep pit on the ground. At this moment, the golden-winged rock behind Du Xiaofu seemed to be alive as it directly soared into the sky. Its aura was overbearing and sharp. Golden light blossomed in the sky as it flapped its wings and swept towards the giant black serpent image. Gee! The golden-winged rock collided with the giant black serpent. Rune light shot out and bloomed like fireworks as energy swept across the sky. Rumble! At this moment, the enormous black serpent illusionary figure, which possessed a frightening might, was easily suppressed and destroyed by the golden-winged rock illusionary figure. Ripples of energy symbols that appeared to have materialized suddenly spread out in all directions. Numerous low and deep muffled sounds resounded in the sky, causing the hearts of the countless onlookers below to tremble. Chi 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 chi, the evil aura that blotted out the sky was also dispersed by the golden-winged rock. Lu Kuan's figure was revealed, and at this moment, his body was also shaken to the point of staggering back. Break! In the deep pit on the ground of the plaza, Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his mouth and shouted. A muffled sound suddenly came from the divine watchtower, and at the same time, a new powerful aura swept out from his body. The aura soared and swept through the sky. At this moment, the illusory mountain behind Du Xiaofu spiraled, absorbing the endless energy of heaven and earth. It released a dazzling golden light that shone brightly, and an endless pressure overflowed into the heavens. Rumble! At this moment, the ground of the plaza rumbled. The illusory mountain was connected to the surrounding earth for no reason. The talisman runes flickered, as if it was about to merge with the earth. Initial breakthrough to the martial Marquis realm. The divine valor Marquis du Xiaofu has broken through consecutively. He has stepped into the martial Marquis realm from the other side of the meridian spirit realm. Countless gazes were filled with shock and astonishment. In a short period of time, under the gazes of countless people, the divine valor Marquis du Xiaofu had actually broken through 2 levels and stepped into the martial Marquis realm. If it were anyone else, no matter how talented they would need at least a few years. This scene was even more shocking to the people of the Du family. Even Du Chang, who had broken through from the other side of the meridian spirit realm to the martial Marquis realm, took 3 years under the nurturing of countless resources from the Du family. And now, Du Xiaofu had actually broken through so easily in such a short period of time, under the gazes of everyone present. Is this really the initial stage of the martial Marquis realm? With this aura, Du Chang's previous perfect martial Marquis realm was probably only at this level. Amidst the countless shocked gazes, it was not difficult for some people to feel that the aura of the divine valor Marquis du Xiaofu was not the slightest bit inferior to that of the Du family's genius Du Chang. What a powerful aura, so domineering and fierce. What kind of cultivation method is this? It's so terrifying. On the city gate tower, countless gazes were filled with shock. They could feel the aura of Du Xiaofu that had just broken through, especially the domineering and fierce aura, which made people tremble in fear. Even the meridian spirit was affected by it. At this moment, a hint of fear finally appeared in Lu Kuan's eyes. His ferocious face was gloomy as he waved his hand. The evil aura once again surged in the air, and a terrifying aura spread out. The strange talisman runes around his body soared into the sky, communicating with the meridian spirit. In the end, they condensed into a huge, dark nether demon snake that seemed to have materialized. Die! Lu Kuan's ferocious body merged into the shadow of the dark nether demon snake and directly swept towards Du Xiaofu. On the square, Du Xiaofu's eyes suddenly opened. At this moment, golden light burst out from his eyes like golden lightning. His figure flew out, wrapped in talisman runes, and directly merged into the shadow of the mountain that was floating at a low altitude. Have you had enough fun? Now it's my turn. When the loud shout came out, Du Xiaofu and the shadow of the mountain were connected as one, as if they were real. An endless domineering aura swept out. Chapter 466. The Golden Mountain and the giant black snake collided, their auras exploding. The giant black snake wanted to coil around the Golden Mountain, and the Golden Mountain wanted to suppress the giant black snake. The two continued to collide. Black clouds and golden light illuminated the sky, causing muffled sounds to ring out repeatedly in the air. This caused the ears of countless people below to feel a piercing pain. Some blood even seeped out from the ears of those who were a little weaker. The energy spread in this kind of collision was too shocking. Countless people in and out of the square were watching. The valiant Marquis Du Xiaofu, who had just broken through to the martial marquis, was fighting with the martial king genius Lu Kuan. He was not at a disadvantage. Lu Kuan's bloodline soul is the dark demon snake. It's ranked very close to the top of the heavenly beast list. Its aura is terrifying, as expected of a human king. Is that mountain phantom Du Xiaofu's bloodline soul? It's not a monster. How strange. Swish, LV Kuan's black nether demonic snake vein spirit finally wrapped itself around the Golden Mountain's shadow. It expanded infinitely and tightly wrapped itself around the Golden Mountain. Suppress. Du Xiaofu's shout came from the solid mountain phantom. The golden talisman engravings on the Golden Mountain phantom spread out. At this moment, it directly suppressed the head of the dark demon snake, as if it wanted to suppress all living things. Its aura was terrifying. Walala! The mountain phantom's aura was obviously stronger than the dark demon snake's. However, the dark demon snake's aura was stronger than the mountain phantom's in terms of cultivation level. The two suppressed each other. Dazzling runes exploded and spread. The energy soared into the sky as if it wanted to overturn this part of the sky. However, no one could do anything to the other. Brat, I was wrong about you. It seems that you've obtained all the benefits in the Savage Beast Mountain range, and you've also obtained other benefits. But it's useless now. I have the immortal martial vein. You're useless after all. Lu Kuan's figure was faintly visible inside the dark demon snake. Suddenly, countless faint talisman engravings burst out. These faint talisman engravings appeared on the surface of the dark demon snake and then covered the mountain phantom. Boom! All of a sudden, the dark nether demonic snake seemed to have been injected with some kind of cardiac stimulant. Its power skyrocketed. A flow of evil and terrifying aura burst out, freezing blood and corroding souls. Not good. This guy's understanding of the pulse spirit has not reached the level where he can resist the immortal martial vein. This is troublesome. As the mysterious runes on the dark nether demonic snake's body surged out, on Du Xiaoqing's shoulder, Du Xiaoyao's pale golden eyes flashed with a dignified look. Du Xiaoyao was undoubtedly the person who knew Du Xiaofu's pulse soul the best. Qi La La. Under the influence of Lu Kuan's immortal martial vein, the illusory mountain peak was finally unable to resist. It began to crack and then shattered. In a short period of time, the mountain phantom turned into dazzling rune fragments and shattered the sky. Du Xiaofu's body was revealed. Blood dripped from the corners of his mouth and his face was pale. Qi La La. At this moment, the illusory dark nether demonic snake that seemed to have materialized wrapped around Du Xiaofu's body like a lightning bolt. It tightly wrapped around Du Xiaofu's body like a giant python. The power of the immortal martial vein burst out. The mysterious runes corroded everything. The terrifying power was exerted on Du Xiaofu's body. Not good. Countless people inside and outside the square were worried again. That Lu Kuan was too strong. Under the immortal martial vein, after the Valor Marquis broke through to the martial Marquis realm, he was already able to resist the cultivation strength of a martial king and the dark nether demonic snake's pulse soul. However, Lu Kuan, coupled with the power of the immortal martial vein and the talent of a human king, was suppressed again. At this moment, many people on the city tower were also watching intently. Enveloped by the dark nether demonic snake's pulse soul and the immortal martial vein, Du Xiaofu felt as if he was about to be suppressed and destroyed. At the same time, inside Du Xiaofu's body, a domineering and fierce aura suddenly surged out from the broken bone in his chest. It was like a king among beasts, not to be provoked. Boom, however, at this moment, the familiar mysterious light in Du Xiaofu's body suddenly jumped out from its slumber. It seemed to be affected by the immortal martial vein. A terrifying aura burst out and even covered the broken bone in his chest. The domineering and fierce aura surged. Chi-la-la. At the same time, a mysterious light began to bloom from Du Xiaofu's body. It was tightly connected to his meridians and blood vessels. It crisscrossed and condensed into a net of light that directly covered Du Xiaofu. In the end, it even covered the body of the dark nether demonic snake with lightning speed. Boom! An ancient and oppressive aura spread out from the net of light, causing the people around the square to tremble in an instant. Their bodies couldn't help but crawl as if they were facing a king that couldn't be resisted. It's finally out. Seeing this scene, Du Xiaoyao's pale golden spirit eyes revealed a smile. He was very clear about the terror of the martial vein's spiritual seal. What's going on? Why is the pressure so strong? Could that be martial vein's spiritual seal? Could that be the legendary martial vein's spiritual seal? At this moment, the gazes of many people on the city tower changed abruptly when they saw Du Xiaofu, who was wrapped by the mysterious light net. At this moment, no one noticed that within the Du family's lineup, the eyes of all the Du family members were trembling violently. Looking at the mysterious net of light covering Du Xiaofu's body, all the members of the Du family bloodline felt their blood boiling and their martial veins surging. A terrifying pressure was acting on the depths of their blood and soul, which they couldn't resist at all. The faces of the Du family members with lower strength had already turned red. On the surface of their bodies, there were faint mysterious talisman patterns surging. These mysterious talisman patterns were very similar to the mysterious net of light on Du Xiaofu's body, but in terms of pressure and form, they were very different. Sizzle! Wrapped in the mysterious net of light, the vain soul of the dark hell demonic snake showed a ferocious look in its scarlet eyes. It wanted to break free from the mysterious net of light, but no matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't break free. The mysterious net of light covering the dark hell demonic snake seemed to be affected by the power of the immortal martial vein that accompanied the dark hell demonic snake. It was like a lion being provoked by a wild wolf and was enraged. That kind of authority couldn't be challenged. The mysterious net of light shrouded tighter and tighter, and a terrifying power spread out. Lines of talisman light were like steel wires, directly destroying the dark hell demonic snake's body. Sizzle! The talisman light shot out, and the dark hell demonic snake's shadow was directly destroyed. Puff! Lu Kuan's hideous and ghost-like body was immediately revealed. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his blood-stained eyes were full of shock. Impossible! How could this be? How could this be? Lu Kuan was shocked. Looking at Du Xiaofu, who was wrapped in the mysterious net of light, Lu Kuan's terrifying aura made the immortal martial vein in his body feel fear. This shocked him, and he couldn't believe it. How could his immortal martial vein be afraid of this guy? He was the human king. No, you still can't do anything to me. I have the immortal martial vein, I am the human king. You can't do anything to me. Lu Kuan kept shaking his head, trying to suppress the fear in his heart. He was the human king, and he had the immortal martial vein. How could he be afraid of a little brat from the Stone Dragon Empire? This was absolutely impossible. The human king's aura of the immortal martial vein kept surging out, directly confronting the terrifying aura on Du Xiaofu's body. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's eyes were flashing with silver lightning. His body was covered with a mysterious net of light. It seemed that under the influence and stimulation of Lu Kuan's immortal martial vein, his supreme authority was being challenged. The mysterious net of light on the surface of his body was getting brighter and brighter, as if it was being given life. Something was starting to speed up, and there was a will that wanted to awaken. Boom! In the sky, in the tense atmosphere, a low muffled sound of thunder suddenly resounded. Countless gazes looked up and saw that a dark cloud had suddenly appeared in the sky. The dark cloud covered the sky, and the faint sound of thunder could be heard as silver lightning flashed. Seeing the strange phenomenon in the sky, there was an uproar all around the square and on the city tower. Then everyone's eyes fell on Du Xiaofu. Everyone could see that the rolling thunder and dark cloud was moving towards Du Xiaofu at a low altitude. Without a doubt, the thunder and dark cloud was attracted by Du Xiaofu. At this moment, the thunder and dark cloud also attracted the attention of the Tianhu Empire's Jingyue and Minghu. The North vanquishing prince narrowed his eyes and stared at the thunder and dark cloud in the sky in confusion. At this moment, Du Xiaofu felt an indescribable pain in his heart. It was as if something wanted to break out of his body, but it couldn't completely appear. That feeling was really uncomfortable in his heart. However, the aura on the mysterious net of light in his body was getting stronger and stronger. A domineering and destructive aura was awakening and surging. Rumble, in the sky, the dark clouds rolled and gathered into a thunder cloud. Silver lightning flashed continuously, and a powerful thunder pressure filled the air, causing everyone to feel a chill on their skin. Du Xiaofu finally couldn't hold back the energy that was about to erupt from his body. He stood with his head held high and shouted at the rolling thunder cloud behind him. His voice was like thunder. Rumble! At this moment, the mysterious net of light on the surface of Du Xiaofu's body shone brightly like a thunderball. Countless dazzling lights were released at this moment, as if thunder had suddenly been released, raging in the sky. Bang bang bang! At this moment, a series of muffled sounds came from the Du family's formation on the city tower. Starting from the weakest cultivators, there were people who respectfully prostrated themselves on one knee. Facing Du Xiaofu, who was crisscrossing thunder and lightning in the sky, the pressure acting on their martial veins, blood vessels, and souls was irresistible. Mysterious runes flashed on the surface of their bodies, and if they didn't, their bodies would explode and they would die. Chapter 467. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. On the city gate tower, the sight of the Du family experts prostrating themselves on the ground shocked everyone. At this moment, some of the experts present thought of something. It was rumored that Du Xiaofu was related to the Du household. At this moment, Du Xiaofu also had the aura of lightning on his body. From the looks of it, Du Xiaofu must have awakened a martial vein or bloodline related to the lightning of the Du family. Moreover, it was of an extremely high level, which was why the Du family experts could not help but prostrate themselves, like a pack of wolves greeting their king. In the air, the thunderclouds were still surging, as if they were still containing something. As the thunderclouds surged, silver snakes shuttled back and forth. However, the entire square fell into an envious silence. All the spectators held their breaths and waited. They stared intently at the surging thunderclouds. The destructive pressure that spread from them was clearly even more frightening than the undying martial vein sovereign king's pressure from Lu Kuan's body. Within the thunderclouds, there was a domineering destructive pressure that seemed to be able to destroy everything, including all life in the world. Ku, the thunderclouds occupying the horizon, were now connected to Du Xiaofu. The mysterious runes on Du Xiaofu's body were also connected to the lightning. It was a daunting sight. Everyone looked at the scene in the sky and swallowed. At this moment, even Du Shaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, the North vanquishing prince, the protector king, the general, Gu Xinyan, Gui Hua, and the others could not help but clench their fists tightly, their hearts beating faster. Everyone could feel that Du Xiaofu's body was undergoing a shocking change, as if something was awakening. This kind of awakening was far more terrifying than Lu Kuan's undying martial vein. The increasingly terrifying lightning pressure caused Lu Kuan's ferocious face to twitch once again. He felt uneasy in his heart. At this moment, the lightning might that filled the sky was filled with destruction, causing him to feel increasingly fearful. Crackle! Under everyone's nervous gazes, the rolling lightning in the sky suddenly trembled violently. Thunderclouds churned, and lightning instantly pierced through space like divine radiance. Then, all of them connected with Du Xiaofu. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the terrifying lightning was directly swallowed by Du Xiaofu into his body. This caused the mysterious net of light on Du Xiaofu's body to become even more resplendent. Streaks of light wreaked havoc for hundreds of feet, all like lightning. His entire body was like a ball of lightning blooming around him, and a terrifying aura lingered in the sky. What a powerful pressure! My blood is boiling. I can't resist it anymore. My martial vein feels like it's about to explode. I can't fight back. At this moment, within the Du family's lineup, the Du family's elders also began to prostrate themselves on the ground. Even the outstanding talent, Du Chang, was no exception. Although Du Yi's eyes were filled with unwillingness, he could only prostrate himself on the city tower under the irresistible pressure. Facing Du Xiaofu in the sky, it was as if he was facing his king. He couldn't resist. His eyes were filled with hatred, but he didn't dare to resist. Within the Du family's lineup, only the North vanquishing prince was able to resist. His body was covered in multicolored light, and his eyes flickered with lightning. He had already stood up in shock. The Valor Marquis is awakening a monstrous martial vein. That must be a monstrous martial vein. It's even stronger than Lu Kuan's. On the city tower, the experts from the various major forces, nobles, and ministers all stood up in excitement. At this moment, the Valor Marquis Du Xiaofu was awakening a terrifying martial vein. How could they not be excited when all of this was happening right before their eyes? The Valor Marquis. At this moment, the silent square was once again in an uproar. Inside and outside the square, countless gazes were fixed on the purple-robed figure wrapped in lightning. Their faces were flushed with excitement, and their eyes were blazing. Frenzied shouts resounded throughout the imperial capital. Only Lu Kuan looked at Du Xiaofu in the sky. His ferocious face was covered in blood, and his terrifying gaze began to turn gloomy. He clenched his fists tightly. He didn't expect that his ability to intimidate the entire Stone Dragon Empire would be completely shattered by that meddling brat in the Savage Beast Mountain range. At this moment, that brat's aura was even stronger than his. His pressure enveloped the human King Tianzi, and his limelight was about to overshadow him. How could he not be furious? Coldness, resentment, fear, and other complicated emotions intertwined in Lu Kuan's eyes before turning into dense killing intent. Lu Kuan's figure flashed as he waved his hand. In the end, he exerted all his strength. A cold aura that seemed to have materialized spread out from his body like rolling dark clouds. As the dark clouds moved, they turned into a huge black handprint and suddenly slapped towards Du Xiaofu. Chi-la-lar, the huge black handprint seemed to have passed through space and slapped towards Du Xiaofu with lightning speed. The terrifying pressure and power that permeated the air was enough to destroy everything under Lu Kuan's final desperate attack. In the sky, all the lightning wrapped in the ball of lightning strangely withdrew into Du Xiaofu's body at this moment. The purple-robed figure appeared in the sky. Under countless nervous gazes, Du Xiaofu's eyes were overflowing with a lightning glow at this moment. However, a faint smile was lifted on his face. As he waved his hand and pointed at Lu Kuan, an extremely intense energy fluctuation was suddenly emitted from high up in the sky. This kind of energy fluctuation caused the hair of the countless onlookers below to suddenly stand on end. Chi-la-la, a finger imprint shot out from Du Xiaofu's finger. The finger imprint turned into a chilling bolt of lightning, like a lightning dragon shooting out. Countless people looked at the thunderbolt fingerprint as their scalps suddenly exploded. At this moment, under the domineering and destructive aura, everyone felt as if their souls were about to explode. They were so stunned that they could not speak, and even their breathing began to become difficult. In a short instant, the thunderbolt fingerprint ruthlessly collided with Lu Kuan's jet-black handprint. Chi-la-la, when the two collided, there was not much of an explosion. Only a low and deep muffled sound spread out. This kind of energy spread out, causing the surrounding space to distort, causing the entire place to tremble. Walala, in just a short instant, the surrounding energy suddenly exploded like fireworks within the distorted space. The muffled sound of energy resounded endlessly. At this moment, one could feel the berserk energy fluctuation in the sky above the capital. Pucci Lu Kuan's black handprint was easily destroyed. He was unable to resist at all. Blood continuously spurted out from his mouth, but the thunderbolt fingerprint still existed. It could not be destroyed. It pierced through space like lightning and shot into Lu Kuan's shoulder, piercing a bloody hole in his shoulder. Hula, blood mist spurted out from Lu Kuan's shoulder. Silver snakes flickered, and the domineering aura of destruction could no longer be recovered. The current Yu is too weak to withstand a single blow. Du Xiaofu's figure swept down, and a claw in his hand directly grabbed at Lu Kuan. Stop! At this moment, within the Tianhu Empire's lineup, behind Jingyue and Minghu, an old man wearing a wide hat suddenly shouted. Then, his figure moved, turning into a blur as he shot towards Du Xiaofu. At the same time, a palm directly slammed towards Du Xiaofu. Not good, there's a hidden expert within the Tianhu Empire. At this moment, the expressions of the Kingdom Protector King and the North Vanquishing King changed drastically. Looking at the aura of that person, it was actually much stronger than Jingyuan Minghu. Get lost. At the same time, a clear and ethereal voice suddenly rang out. A graceful green figure seemed to be able to affect time, and instantly appeared in mid-air, blocking in front of the old man with the wide hat. Her fair and slender palm stretched out, and a green glow erupted. Her fist directly collided with the old man's palm. Bang! Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The fist and the palm collided fiercely, and a muffled sound of energy suddenly rang out. At the same time, the old man in the wide hat seemed to have sensed something, and his face under the wide hat suddenly changed. Deng deng! In the sky, the two figures separated as soon as they came into contact. The old man with the wide hat was directly blown away, and it took him a few steps to stabilize his body. At this moment, the beautiful figure in green swayed slightly before she stood proudly in the sky, clearly appearing in front of everyone's eyes. It's actually her. When everyone saw the beautiful figure, they were all stunned. They looked at each other and sucked in a breath of cold air. The beautiful woman who attacked had a graceful figure and a pure and innocent face. If it wasn't Du Xiaoqing, who else could it be? Swish! At the same time, the claw in Du Xiaofu's hand was accompanied by a faint lightning. It directly grabbed Lu Kuan's shoulder, and easily restrained his withered body. Swoosh swoosh, on the city tower, 4 figures flew out at the same time. It was Jingyue, Minghu, and the North Vanquishing King. The 4 of them flashed, and suddenly stood behind the old man with the wide hat and Du Xiaoqing. Kid, let go of Lu Kuan. You've won. The old man with the wide hat raised his head, and the wide hat on his head was removed, revealing a complete face. He looked to be in his 60s, and his body was well built. Within his eyes there was a scarlet glow. Looking at the old man with scarlet eyes, the North Vanquishing King and the Protector King's faces were grave. They didn't recognize the old man, and he didn't seem to be an expert from the Tianhu Empire. However, the aura on his body was extremely terrifying. Du Xiaofu looked at the old man with scarlet eyes and coldly laughed. The battle between the younger generation of the two empires has already ended. This is a battle of life and death. Life and death is up to fate, and no one can interfere. Chapter 468. Brat, Lu Kuan was right. As long as one of you can defeat him, it means the Stone Dragon Empire has won. The Tianhu Empire will compensate you with 10 prefectures. Release the person in your hands. Otherwise, the Sky Snake sect will never let you or the Stone Dragon Empire go. Think carefully. The old man wearing the wide hat was only Du Xiaofu. His eyes were cold and filled with fear. Such a terrifying youth, who was a few years younger than Lu Kuan, had clearly awakened a terrifying martial vein. It seemed to be even stronger than Lu Kuan's immortal martial vein. This brat had just broken through to the martial marquis realm. Although he had defeated Lu Kuan, who was a martial king, who had been severely injured, this proved that this brat's talent was even stronger than Lu Kuan's. Such terrifying talent was already comparable to the strongest of the Manchu's younger generation. If he was allowed to grow, this brat would probably hold a grudge against the Tianhu Empire, or even the Sky Snake sect. He would probably become a great threat to the Sky Snake sect in the future. The Sky Snake sect. This person is an expert from the Sky Snake sect. As the old man's voice fell, the North Vanquishing Prince, the Protector King, and the experts from the various king palaces all paled. The Sky Snake sect was a colossus that stood above the entire central province. If the Stone Dragon Empire were to be compared to the Sky Snake sect, it would be like comparing a goat to a tiger. There was no way they could compete. The Sky Snake sect. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered with lightning. He knew how big the Sky Snake sect was. If he killed Lu Kuan now, the Sky Snake sect would not let the Stone Dragon Empire go. They would not let him go either. However, if he let Lu Kuan go so easily, they would definitely harm him in the future. After thinking for a moment, Du Xiaofu looked at the Sky Snake sect elder and said, "Now, who will win the battle between the younger generation of the Stone Dragon Empire and the Tianhu Empire?" Jingyue's eyes twitched fiercely as she looked at Lu Kuan and the Sky Snake sect elder captured by Du Xiaofu. She said, "Of course the Stone Dragon Empire wins. According to the agreement, the Tianhu Empire will give the Stone Dragon Empire 10 prefectures." Boom! As Jingyue's voice fell, the entire square below erupted into cheers. "Since that's the case, I'll leave Lu Kuan's life in your hands." Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth and grabbed Lu Kuan's shoulder with great force, throwing him down to the square below. Poochie! Lu Kuan spat out another mouthful of blood. Then, his body fell down, smashing heavily into the square below. Boom! The ground trembled and the mountains swayed. Lu Kuan's body forcefully rushed into the pile of rubble. His withered body was powerless to struggle, and from within the rubble came a miserable howl filled with resentment. Good kid. The Sky Snake sect will remember you." The old man from the Sky Snake sect gloomily stared at Du Xiaofu. His face was gloomy and his eyes were bloodshot. Then, he swooped down and waved his sleeve. Lu Kuan, who was lying on the ground in a miserable state, was swept up. At this moment, Lu Kuan's aura was weak and the strange, evil aura on his body had disappeared. However, his face was pale and his body was covered in blood. Especially the bloody hole on his shoulder. It was a destructive injury that was difficult to heal. "Let's go." The Sky Snake sect elder turned his head slightly and glanced at Du Xiaofu. Then, carrying Lu Kuan, his figure flashed and he immediately flew into the sky. Jingyue and Minghu's faces were also extremely ugly. Following the Sky Snake sect elder's departure, figures from the Tianhu Empire's formation on the city gate tower also flew away. The general raised his head and looked at Lu Kuan, who was being carried away by the Sky Snake sect elder. He murmured, "If you don't seek death, you won't die." Du Xiaofu's figure landed on the square. He once again carried the heavenly purple gold fault that was stuck in the crack on the ground. Then, for some reason, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of pale golden blood. The last of the lightning aura on his body also disappeared. Both inside and outside the square, gazes were burning hot as they looked at the purple-robed young man on the messy ground. The degree of burning hot had reached the point of fanaticism. Under everyone's gaze, today's kingdom war was supposed to be the Tianhu Empire's victory. However, because of the valor divine Marquis Du Xiaofu, the situation was turned around and forcefully reversed. Today, the valor divine Marquis Du Xiaofu had created absolute miracles time and time again with his ferocious and domineering manner. He had heavily injured Lu Kuan and shocked everyone present. During the battle, he had continuously made breakthroughs. In the end, he had completely defeated Lu Kuan, who was at the Martial King realm, with his initial Martial Marquis cultivation base. This had shocked the entire Dragon City imperial capital. Everyone knew that after today, Du Xiaofu's name would resound throughout the Stone Dragon Empire and the entire central continent. At this moment, everyone was standing on the city gate tower. Their gazes were still filled with shock as they looked at the purple-robed young man. At this moment, the first Princess Cheng Xingnan and the first Miss of the Xie Mansion, Xie Fei, were also looking at the purple-robed young man who was in the center of the cheering crowd. In the depths of their beautiful eyes, there were ripples of shock. It seemed as if they were truly in love. Of course, at this moment, no one could deny that the purple-robed young man in the square was enough to move the hearts of any woman in the empire. Roar! Suddenly, at the center of the imperial capital, in the depths of the imperial palace, a dragon's roar resounded through the sky. The shadow of a golden dragon soared into the sky and hovered above the imperial palace. It released a dazzling golden light and a wave of pressure that caused people's hearts to tremble. Du Xiaofu of the Stone Dragon Empire, King of Heaven's physique, unparalleled valor, valor divine Marquis. A sound wave came from the mouth of the golden dragon shadow. The sound wave was like thunder, rumbling through the imperial capital. The Emperor's dragon conferment, Valor Divine Marquis Du Xiaofu, has been conferred the Valor Divine Marquis. Before becoming a Marquis, he was conferred the title of Marquis. Before becoming a king, he was conferred the title of king. Valor Divine Marquis Du Xiaofu, Valor Divine Marquis Du Xiaofu, Valor Divine Marquis Du Xiaofu. The entire square was in an uproar. Cheers and shouts soared into the sky and resounded through the clouds. They lingered in the sky above the imperial capital for a long time. On the city gate tower, the experts from the various marquis palaces, as well as the many nobles and ministers, raised their arms and cheered. Only the people from the Du Marquis Palace looked at each other with complicated and awkward expressions on their faces. On the city gate tower, Dark Wolf, Phantom, and the rest looked at the purple-robed young man who followed them and looked at each other. At this moment, everyone was thinking of the same thing. This time, they had followed the right person. At this moment, even if they were to be chased away from the Valor Divine Marquis' residence, they would definitely not leave. This time, we have profited big time. On the North Vanquishing Prince's skinny and dark face, there was a smile in his eyes. He knew that this time, it was worth it for his grandfather to take advantage of him. Although the Du family looked prosperous, it was actually a mess internally. That was why he was able to take advantage of this situation. The North Vanquishing Prince's eyes moved, but no one could see any changes in his expression. His eyes were deep, and no one knew what he was thinking. Pfft! On the ground of the square, Du Xiaofu looked around and heard the deafening cheers. He spat out another mouthful of blood, and the last of the lightning disappeared from the depths of his eyes. Then, he collapsed on the square. Night fell, and the bright moon hung in the sky. The entire imperial capital was still brightly lit, as if it was daytime. It was bustling with noise and discussions. Everyone was talking about the kingdom war in the day, and most importantly, about the valor divine King Du Xiaofu. Scenes of ferocious and overbearing battles, continuous breakthroughs, martial lords defeating martial kings suppressing human kings, martial kings of the Tianhu Empire willingly admitting defeat, and Emperor Qing bestowing him the title of King of Gai. All these discussions made people dance with joy, their hearts surged and their blood boiled. Without a doubt, the valor divine King Du Xiaofu, the purple-robed young man's ferocious figure, was deeply imprinted in the hearts of everyone in the imperial capital. In the valor divine Marquis's residence, which was now the valor divine King's residence, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged in a quiet room in the courtyard. His body was shrouded in a faint golden light. "Brother Qin-chun, how is my brother? Is he all right?" Outside the courtyard, Du Xiaoqing looked at the illusory Zhen Qin-chun with her innocent eyes. Her eyes were filled with worry. "He's fine. It's just that he has just broken through and his aura is unstable. The mysterious martial vein spiritual seal in his body has affected him quite a bit. In addition to his injuries, he should be able to recover after a period of meditation," Zhen Qin-chun said to Du Xiaoqing. "That's great. I'll go tell Sister Shuang and the others. There are still many people waiting for the news." Du Xiaoqing relaxed. She naturally believed Zhen Qingchuan's words, and immediately left the courtyard. Strange, it's really strange. That martial vein was clearly awakened, so why did it disappear? What kind of martial vein is it? It's so terrifying. As he watched Du Xiaoqing leave, Zhen Qingchuan's rather wretched triangular eyes were also filled with doubt and confusion. There were some things that even he could not understand. For example, he was completely unable to sense the existence of the terrifying martial vein in Du Xiaofu's body. Du Xiaoyao squatted on the stone table outside the courtyard. Her pale golden spirit eyes rippled as she said to Zhen Qin-chun, "He has a lot of secrets on him. Anyway, it's good that he's fine. I'm afraid that he has caused too much of a ruckus this time. Although he is fine this time, I'm afraid that there will be a lot of trouble in the future. I'm afraid that it won't be long before all the old farts in the central region pay attention to him." Zhen Qin-chun murmured and sighed softly. "I've finally arrived. Yesterday, I still owe you all a chapter. Later today, Xiao Yu will repay the debt." Chapter 469. Time flowed like sand between one's fingers. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had quietly passed. In these 10 days, Du Xiaofu's name had already spread throughout the empire. From then on, the 9th King's mansion had also appeared in the Stone Dragon Empire. On the 11th day, dawn caught up with the night. A gray ray of light pierced through the hazy brown sky. A faint silver ring surrounded the horizon, and a warm red glow spread out. In the courtyard of the Brave God Mansion, on the bed in a room, a purple-robed young man with a wide purple sword on his back was shrouded in a faint golden halo. The morning sunlight shone in through the window, shining on the faint golden halo around his body. The golden halo rippled like a hazy mist, appearing dreamy and blurry as it flickered with brilliance. Huff, a moment later, the golden halo shrank, as if threads of golden energy were swirling around. Then, they all surged into the purple-robed young man's body. A mouthful of turbid air was spat out from his mouth. His eyelashes moved slightly as he opened his tightly shut eyes. A golden light flickered in his eyes, deep and dazzling. Boom! At the same time that his tightly shut eyes opened, a shocking aura swept out from Du Xiaofu's body, causing the entire room to tremble violently. Initial Martial Marquis. Feeling the abundant profound energy in his body, the surging power brought about by the breakthrough made all the cells in Du Xiaofu's body jump and cheer. He could not help but want to cry out. After 10 days of breathing, the injuries on his body had more or less recovered under the cultivation method of the golden-winged Great Rock clan. This was also why the golden-winged Great Rock's recovery was so terrifying. The frivolous feeling brought about by the continuous breakthroughs in the great battle 10 days ago had already been completely stabilized. His aura was stable and solid, like a boulder that could not be shaken. Being able to break through the initial Martial Marquis level and step into the Martial Marquis level in such a short period of time made Du Xiaofu rather happy. During this process, Du Xiaofu was puzzled. It seemed to have something to do with the broken bones in his chest. The broken bone that he had mysteriously obtained from the barbaric beast mountain range was clearly related to the golden-winged great rock. Back then, after he had fused with it, he had obtained the cultivation method of the golden-winged great rock clan. It was also because of that broken bone that the blood in his body had become the golden blood of the golden-winged great rock. Du Xiaofu could still clearly remember the process of the broken bones this time. He had to thank Lu Kuan. If it was not for the fact that when he heavily injured Du Xiaofu, he had hit the broken bones in his chest, causing the evil aura to activate the purest energy and rock blood hidden within the broken bones. Du Xiaofu was afraid that he would not have been able to break through to the initial stage of the Martial Lord realm. At this moment, feeling the changes in his body, Du Xiaofu felt that the blood in his body seemed to have become even purer. Under the effect of the purest rock blood, his entire body had been raised to a higher level. His body had become even more powerful, as if his entire body had been completely refined once again. This kind of benefit was difficult for outsiders to describe. Only Du Xiaofu understood it the best. It could be said that he had profited from a disaster and had benefited greatly. As for the broken bones in his chest, this time, Lu Kuan had unintentionally fused with his body. As the purest rock blood within the broken bones flowed out, it connected with the two ends of the broken bone. With the assistance of the golden-winged great rock's cultivation method, the connection was already firm and inseparable, as if it had been reborn. "What's wrong with you? There shouldn't be any major problems, right?" Zhen Qingchuan's illusory figure appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. His gaze was extremely serious as he curiously sized up Du Xiaofu. "I should be able to fully recover in a few days." Looking at the familiar face in front of him, Du Xiaofu smiled slightly. Then, he jumped off the bed and stretched his body. Many joints in his body emitted cracking sound. Zhen Qingchuan's wretched gaze wavered slightly. He asked Du Xiaofu, "What about your mysterious martial veins? Have you awakened them?" Martial veins. Du Xiaofu raised his gaze slightly. He knew that Zhen Qingchun was asking about the mysterious net of light on his body. The net of light was formed by the connection of his martial veins. It was like a terrifying martial vein that was hidden deep within his body. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu immediately used his mind to probe his body. He closed his eyes slightly and his expression began to change slightly. After a while, Du Xiaofu opened his eyes. A trace of doubt appeared on his face. "How is it?" Zhen Qingchun looked at Du Xiaofu and immediately asked curiously. Du Xiaofu shook his head. His eyes were filled with doubt as he said, "It disappeared. I couldn't sense it at all." During the probing just now, Du Xiaofu discovered that the mysterious net of light that had erupted with an astonishing pressure previously was actually the same as before. It actually disappeared without a trace in his body. There was no trace of it at all. At this moment, Du Xiaofu felt that the martial veins in his body were similar to normal martial veins. However, compared to before, they were much better. It disappeared? That's too strange. Zhen Qingchun looked at Du Xiaofu. His wretched gaze slightly sighed. He shook his head and said, "Actually, I also checked your body once. I thought you would be able to sense it yourself. It seems that there are many secrets in your body." "Brother Qingchun, why is it like this?" Du Xiaofu asked doubtfully. The mysterious power in his body clearly existed, but it was unfathomable and untraceable. From the situation that day, the people from the Du household are also related to the martial veins in your body. Therefore, we can directly rule out the inheritance from your mother's side. It seems that there must have been an extraordinary person among the ancestors of your Du family, an existence that even shocked the entire continent. Coincidentally, your body has hidden the inheritance of your ancestors' bloodline. The martial veins follow the inheritance of the bloodline, allowing you to inherit the inheritance of your ancestors' martial veins. However, it is extremely weak. This is similar to the phenomenon of the king-scaled demonic tiger. If you want to completely activate the hidden martial veins, you can only rely on luck. Perhaps you will not be able to awaken it in your entire life. This kind of thing is most likely something that can only be encountered and not sought. Zhen Qingchun thought for a while, and said to Du Xiaofu seriously, "The ancestors of the Du family, could it be those two great people?" When Du Xiaofu heard this, he could not help but think of the matter of the two ancestors of the Du family that his elder sister Du Xiaoman had mentioned to him. At that time, of the two ancestors of the Du family, one stayed behind in the Stone City, while the other left the Stone City. Later on, it became the current Du household. That's right, when you fainted in the square, the people of the Du household wanted to bring you back to the Du household. I was afraid that they would have other thoughts, and I also knew that you were unwilling to go back. So I let Du Xiaoqing drive them away. Those people of the Du household are very wary of that girl. Zhen Qingchun said to Du Xiaofu. Du household? Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. In any case, right now he did not want to have too much to do with the Du household. What do you plan to do next? Zhen Qingchun raised his eyebrows and looked at Du Xiaofu, reminding him, "This time you have completely offended the Sky Snake sect. In the future, when you meet people from the Sky Snake sect, be careful. The Sky Snake sect is an old force in the central continent and is extremely powerful. Next, I want to look for my father and then look for my mother and sister. I believe that my father should know the whereabouts of my mother and sister. As for the Sky Snake sect, it's fine as long as they don't provoke me. I don't want to provoke them." Du Xiaofu said softly. It was not easy for him to reach the martial marquis realm. After cultivating all the way, the final result for Du Xiaofu was to find his mother and sister, and then reunite with his family. It was that simple. And this kind of simplicity was easy for ordinary people, but for Du Xiaofu it was not an easy task. Even now, it was still out of his reach. After chatting with Zhen Qingchun for a while, Du Xiaofu left the room and saw Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, Ouyang Shuang, Dark Wolf, Phantom, and the others outside. Seeing that Du Xiaofu seemed to have recovered completely, Du Xiaoqing and the others smiled. Then, Du Xiaofu learned from Dark Wolf, Phantom, Ouyang Shuang, and the others about what had happened in the past 10 days while he was meditating. During this period of time, all the major forces in the imperial capital Dragon City sent people to express their concern and sent many congratulatory gifts to congratulate him on being conferred king. However, the Du household was an exception. Moreover, it was said that many forces came with their daughters to congratulate him. In the imperial capital, the initial uproar gradually calmed down. It was said that the Stone Dragon Empire had also sent an army to the Tianhu Empire to take over 10 prefectures. In short, the Stone Dragon Empire's victory this time made everyone in the imperial capital excited. After the Courage Divine Marquis Prefecture became the Courage Divine King Manor, all kinds of benefits and personnel were greatly increased. As the master, Du Xiaofu more or less had to understand a little. Fortunately, Dark Wolf and Phantom were already extremely familiar with these matters and were capable of handling them. Currently, the entire mansion was under their control and everything was in order. Xie Fei from the Xie residence requests an audience with the Courage Divine King. In the small hall, Du Xiaofu, Ouyang Shuang, Phantom, Dark Wolf, and the others were talking about the imperial capital. Someone came to report to them outside the hall. Xie Fei. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows slightly with a smile in his eyes. It seemed that he should call her elder sister now. Outside the Courage Divine King Manor, an ice demon statue was hovering in the air. A charming lady dressed in a light blue dress stood outside the Courage God Manor. She did not have any makeup on, and her red lips were not dyed red. She was extremely charming. Sister Fei. Du Xiaofu appeared in front of Xie Fei with a faint smile on his face. I didn't expect the Courage Divine King to personally welcome me. I'm flattered. Xie Fei smiled sweetly. Her aura was like an orchid, and a few strands of hair casually fluttered around her waist. She looked extremely charming. Today's update ends. Brothers, rest early. Chapter 470. Are you making fun of me? Du Xiaofu could only smile bitterly as he looked at the charming lady before him. He recalled the North Vanquishing Prince's words. If this charming lady before him could not marry him in a few years, he would have no choice but to marry her. Awkwardness flashed across his eyes. Xie Fei looked at Du Xiaofu, the expression in her eyes fluctuating, as if she was rather surprised that he could recover to the point where there were no major problems in just 10 days. Looking at the young man with a broadsword on his back, her heart was also secretly rippling a little, but she did not show it on her face. Her red lips slightly parted as she said, I am not making fun of you. Grandpa asked me to come and see how you are recovering. I'm fine now. I'll visit Grandfather Xie in a few days, Du Xiaofu said. Du Xiaofu was about to lead Xie Fei into the mansion when the general, Ghost Child, Gu Xinyan, Wu Kei and Guo Xiaofeng coincidentally arrived. The general and the other 4 had come together to check on Du Xiaofu's recovery. However, when they arrived at the Courage God Mansion and saw that Du Xiaofu was completely fine, they could not help but be surprised. Even their injuries were not as good as Du Xiaofu's. After a while, everyone naturally could not help but chat in the mansion's main hall. As they chatted, the general, Ghost Child and the others could not help but be shocked when they saw Du Xiaofu. The scene at the square back then had left them with lingering fear and shock. Everyone knew that from now on, it would be difficult for them to catch up with the fierce lord in front of them in terms of strength. Being able to defeat a martial king when he had just reached the martial marquis stage was simply abnormal. Your Highness, the first princess has arrived. While everyone was chatting, Dark Wolf hurried into the main hall and whispered into Du Xiaofu's ear. Just as Dark Wolf's voice sounded, a lady in an orange-red outfit had already walked into the hall. Her gaze swept across the hall as Xie Fei and the rest smiled. Her pearly white teeth gently parted as she said, I saw the mounts outside and knew that all of you were here. Greetings, First Princess. Xie Fei, General, Ghost Child, Wu Kei, Ouyang Shuang, and the others stood up and bowed slightly. It could be said that other than Xie Fei, the others knew each other since they were young. They could even be considered childhood playmates. Everyone, there's no need to be so courteous. This is outside the palace, not inside. The girl in tight attire walked forward with her long and slender legs. Her slender waist was so small that it could not be grasped with one hand. Her elegant temperament carried a hint of coldness, but at this moment, she revealed a charming smile. Finally, she looked at Xie Fei and said, I did not expect Sister Fei to be here as well. Grandpa told me to come and see the brave God King, so here I am. Xie Fei's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked around, giving off a different kind of charm. Her beauty was extremely alluring. Sister Fei, please send my regards to Grandpa Jinbei after you go back. The girl in tight attire was naturally First Princess Qing Xingnan. After she finished speaking to Xie Fei, she looked around the hall. Xie Fei, Ouyang Shuang, Gu Xinyan, and the others were all present. Her beautiful eyes flickered with a slight ripple before finally landing on Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu looked at First Princess Qing Xingnan. He originally wanted to hide, but in this situation, he was afraid that he could not hide anymore. Facing those beautiful eyes, he could only squeeze out a bitter smile. Come with me, I have something to tell you. Qing Xingnan secretly glared at Du Xiaofu, but her extremely beautiful face maintained a smile the whole time. We're all on the same side, First Princess. If you have something to say, just say it here. After being stunned for a moment, Du Xiaofu immediately squeezed out a smile and said, he did not want to be alone with Qing Xingnan. It would be bad if that woman suddenly attacked him. Moreover, he did not do it on purpose. Qing Xingnan raised her head and walked to Du Xiaofu's side. She directly grabbed Du Xiaofu's arm and said, just come with me. As her voice faded, it was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but the first Princess Qing Xingnan actually pulled Du Xiaofu's arm and walked out of the hall under everyone's surprised and complicated gazes. First Princess seems to have a good relationship with him. Wu Kei, Ouyang Shuang, Xiefei, Gu Xinyan, and the others were all secretly surprised. First Princess, what's the matter? Du Xiaofu was being held by the First Princess. At this moment, he was definitely nervous. He knew very well that this woman would definitely attack at any moment. He had no choice but to be cautious. It's nothing big. Why are you so nervous? Don't worry, I won't hold it against you in the past. However, if you dare to say anything, I won't let you off. The First Princess raised her head and glared at Du Xiaofu with her beautiful eyes. However, she did not let go of Du Xiaofu's arm and directly walked out of the mansion. She said, actually, it's my father who wants to see you. He has something important to discuss with you. Du Xiaofu was being held by the First Princess. He did not know when this woman would change her attitude again, so he did not dare to pull away. However, there was a faint fragrance beside him. It was like an orchid. For some reason, he felt a little restless. Inside the Courage God King mansion, many guards and maids were shocked when they saw this scene. Greetings to the Courage God King. Look, the Courage God King is here. He is the Courage God King who defeated Lu Kuan from the Tianhu Empire and strengthened the prestige of our country. As Du Xiaofu entered the palace, there was a huge commotion in the palace. Along the way, many guards bowed respectfully with respect in their eyes. Outside the Golden Dragon Palace, the First Princess Qing Xingnan said to Du Xiaofu, my father is waiting for you inside. You can go in. I'll wait for you outside. The Golden Dragon Palace was grand and magnificent. It had high eaves and green tiles. The rich imperial qi of the palace was still able to make Du Xiaofu's surroundings tremble for no reason when he stepped in. Inside the Golden Dragon Palace, a lifelike golden dragon was circling around. Emperor Cheng's aura was majestic without being angry. With a smile in his eyes, he looked at Du Xiaofu and said, how are your injuries recovering? Greetings to Emperor Cheng. My injuries have recovered and there are no longer any problems. Du Xiaofu bowed slightly. When he faced Emperor Cheng again, he still felt an indescribable majesty. This majesty was closely related to the imperial qi of the palace. There's no need to be so polite. This time, I asked you to come here mainly to thank you on behalf of the entire empire. Emperor Cheng smiled faintly. The dragon shadow on his dragon robe moved like a living creature. He looked at Du Xiaofu with his deep eyes. He said, this time, you defeated Lu Kuan from the Sky Snake sect and strengthened the prestige of our empire. You have made a great contribution. Therefore, I plan to give you the 10 prefectures that I won as your fief. How about that? Fief. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu was stunned. 10 prefectures. Who knew how many stone cities it would be? It was definitely a huge area. After pondering for a while, Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked at Emperor Qing. He said, Emperor Qing, I'm still young. I'm afraid this is not appropriate. I don't have the experience to manage 10 prefectures. Why don't we talk about it in the future? Emperor Qing's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise when he heard this. He then smiled and said, if that's the case, then we'll talk about this in the future. Go back and recuperate well. If there's anything in the future, you can come to me at any time. If necessary, we can use the power of the empire. Thank you, Emperor Qing. Du Xiaofu nodded to express his gratitude. He chatted with Emperor Qing for a while before leaving. How did the conversation with my father go? In the royal palace, first Princess Cheng Xingnan sent Du Xiaofu out of the palace. She followed closely behind him with a charming smile on her face, which surprised many of the palace guards and maids. They had never seen the first princess behaving in such a feminine manner before. We just chatted casually. We didn't talk much. Facing the woman beside him, Du Xiaofu felt uneasy. However, he knew that this woman could change her attitude at any moment. When are you returning to Tianwu Academy? Cheng Xingnan asked as she looked at the purple-robed young man beside her. She could still remember the domineering scene in the Spirit Canyon in the Savage Beast mountain range. This time, when he faced Lu Kun from the Sky Snake sect, he was even more domineering, causing ripples in her heart. It should be soon, Du Xiaofu replied. He was a disciple of Tianwu Academy, and there were many things that he had yet to learn. Naturally, he would have to return to Tianwu Academy. After you return, if you have the time, will you come and visit me? Cheng Xingnan suddenly looked at Du Xiaofu and asked seriously. Her tall figure was like a proud snow lotus, and her slender legs seemed to be teasing Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu was taken aback. Looking at the woman before him, he asked, "Why should I visit you?" Hearing his words, Cheng Xingnan's expression changed. She looked at Du Xiaofu angrily and glared at Du Xiaofu before saying, "I won't be sending you off. You can leave the palace by yourself. Take this pill, it will help you recover from your injuries." As soon as she finished speaking, Cheng Xingnan smashed the jade bottle in her hand into Du Xiaofu's palm. After which, she turned around and left. Women are truly fickle. A bitter smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's face as he watched the exquisite and tall figure leave. Then, he left. "Idiot, you're definitely an idiot." Just as Du Xiaofu left the palace, Zhen Qingchuan's voice sounded in his ears. Du Xiaofu took out the small pagoda from his bosom and placed it in his palm. He asked Zhen Qingchun, "How am I an idiot?" "That little girl has taken a liking to you. A little brat like you doesn't understand." Zhen Qing's mellow voice sounded out, and it revealed a feeling of age and seniority. "She has fallen for me." Du Xiaofu was stunned when he heard Zhen Qingchuan's words. Zhen Qingchun continued, "I feel that this lass isn't bad. Her talent is barely passable and she's pretty. Especially her figure, it's not bad. She's also the eldest princess of the Stone Dragon Empire. If you marry her, the entire Stone Dragon Empire might be yours in the future." "I'm not interested in the Stone Dragon Empire." Du Xiaofu's eyes rippled when he heard Zhen Qingchuan's words. He muttered softly, "I only want my family to be together." Chapter 471. Is that why you didn't want the 10 prefectures the Emperor of the Stone Dragon Empire gave you? Zhen Qingchun teased. As the saying goes, one should take advantage of others. "I'm still a student of Tianwu Academy, so I thought it would be easy for me," Du Xiaofu replied. At dusk, the sky was filled with red clouds and dazzling golden light. When Du Xiaofu returned to the Courage God Manor from the palace, it was already dusk. He met Dark Wolf at the entrance and found out that the general, CFA, and the others had already left. However, there was a guest from the Li clan who was personally received by Ouyang Shuang. Could it be Li Shui? Du Xiaofu guessed. The only person from the Li clan who could make Ouyang Shuang come out to receive them was Li Shui. A moment later, Du Xiaofu saw the person from the Li clan in the main hall. It was indeed Li Shui as he had guessed. However, that charming and seductive woman from back then was no longer as spirited as she was back then. "Greetings, Courage God King." Li Shui was about to bow when Du Xiaofu stopped her. "I'm still a student of Tianwu Academy. Senior, are you trying to make fun of me?" "I wouldn't dare to make fun of you. You're now the Empire's Courage God King, and your name is known throughout the Empire." Li Shui smiled. "It was purely an accident," Du Xiaofu replied softly. He looked at the lady in front of him. She was still dressed in sexy clothes and her figure was curvaceous. It was hard for him to look away. "Let me tell you first. I'm here because of the Li clan. Li Shui smiled bitterly. Other than her father, almost all the elders in her clan wanted her to come to the Courage God Manor to get closer to them. They were even more enthusiastic than before about the Qian clan. They even wanted her to join the Courage God Manor. She could only sigh. Being born in the Li clan, she had no choice. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. It wasn't hard for him to understand Li Shui's intentions. Do you want to stay here for a few days? Li Shui smiled and looked at Ouyang Shuang. She then said to Du Xiaofu, I remember you told me that you have a world society, right? Yes. Du Xiaofu nodded slightly. More than half a year had passed. He did not know what the world was like now. However, with the Medicine King Yi Wuming, who was a 6-star spiritual talisman master, and the Eagle King Gong Dao, who was a martial king, there should not be anything difficult to deal with in the Chaos Demon City. Seeing this, Li Shui smiled and asked, I don't plan to return to the academy, nor do I want to stay in the imperial capital. Your world society shouldn't be in the imperial capital, right? I want to join the world society. I wonder if you'll accept me? Of course, if you want to go, you can go at any time. Du Xiaofu was stunned for a moment before he smiled. No problem, it's a deal then. Li Shui's eyes revealed a smile, and her eyes flickered with excitement. You haven't fully recovered yet, so rest early. Li Shui wants to stay in the Courage God Manor for a few days, so I'll accompany her to her room. After Ouyang Shuang finished speaking to Du Xiaofu, she pulled Li Shui and left. On her beautiful face, she looked at Du Xiaofu with an unapproachable look. Did I offend this tomboy again? Looking at Ouyang Shuang's back, Du Xiaofu's eyes were filled with doubt. At night, the moonlight rippled in the sky, tranquil and gentle. Du Xiaofu returned to his room and sat cross-legged, continuing to regulate his breathing. In his mind, he was also comprehending the sacred body technique of his master, the revered weapon. Night fell, and a bright crescent moon streaked across the exquisite cornice, sprinkling a hazy yellow light all around, making the vast and magnificent palace appear mysterious and quiet. In the middle of the palace, the magnificent Golden Dragon Palace stood in the night, looking like a golden, magnificent palace. Xingnan, has there been any news from your sect, the Divine Court? Emperor Cheng asked the first princess in the Golden Dragon Palace. His voice was low and deep, with a hint of magnetism. Not yet, but I believe that my sect has already received the news. Perhaps there will be news soon. Cheng Xingnan replied softly with a hint of worry in his eyes. He then looked at Emperor Cheng and asked, Father, what did you talk to him about today? I wanted to give him the 10 residences, but he had no intention of doing so. Emperor Cheng looked at Cheng Xingnan and sighed. It seems like he doesn't care about the entire empire. If only he wasn't from Tianwu Academy, then I wouldn't be in such a difficult position. If only he wasn't from Tianwu Academy, Cheng Xingnan said softly with a serious look in his eyes. The curtain of night enveloped the boundless mountainous region. Enormous cities were built one after another, like a black ancient vicious beast that coiled and spiraled across the horizon. It was incomparably majestic. Mountain ranges overlapped one another, and numerous palaces towered, giving off a grand and imposing aura. In one of the majestic palaces, there were carved beams and painted rafters. Lightning runes covered the entire palace, turning into inscriptions. I never expected that Tianwu Academy would produce such a student. In order to prevent Tianwu Academy from rising from the ashes, we can't wait any longer. Let's make our move. In the center of the palace, an old man in his 70s spoke with a majestic voice that seemed to be able to look down on the world. His voice shook the entire central region. Divine Sect, what should we do about the Stone Dragon Empire? There are still people in the Stone Dragon Empire's royal family who are related to us. An old man in the palace asked. There's no need to bother about the small Stone Dragon Empire. Tianwu Academy can't wait any longer. We must obtain that item. The old man in his 70s said, Let the people we have in the dark do it. Otherwise, it will be disadvantageous for us if word of it gets out. It should be enough to wipe out the declining Tianwu Academy. Yes. Inside the main hall, the experts who were famous throughout the Central Plains respectfully retreated one after another. Tianwu Academy was extraordinary in the past. It's a pity that it declined. It seems like it will be erased from the central region in the future. After the silhouettes left the great hall, a strange light spread out. A silhouette stood there. The light around him was like silver snakes flickering with electricity, enveloping his entire body. It was so domineering that no one dared to approach him, they could only look up at him. Greetings, envoy. We should have the whereabouts of the descendant of the clan we're looking for. It's the King Du residence of the Stone Dragon Empire. The cultivation technique of that clan is related to lightning. Not long ago, a brat named Du Xiaofu defeated a sovereign realm junior from the Sky Snake sect with the power of lightning. Looking at the newcomer, the old man in his 70s stood up and said respectfully, "Envoy, you said that the descendant of that clan might be hidden from the world, but their talent is extraordinary. It's related to the cultivation technique of lightning. I believe that the person from the Du family should be the hidden descendant of the clan you're looking for." Stone Dragon Empire, King Du residence, Du family, within the lightning ball, a terrifying aura fluctuated, causing the entire palace to tremble. The next morning, the morning breeze blew gently, and the morning light shone brightly. Above the horizon, a few stars gradually faded away with the first rays of the morning sun. Outside the Courage God mansion, a tall and sturdy young man stood quietly. He was wearing a blue and white robe. His eyes were slightly closed, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Few in the room, Du Xiaofu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and stopped breathing. His face was ruddy and his eyes shone brightly. After a while, Du Xiaofu saw Qin Guyu in the small hall of the mansion. The domineering aura on his body had become more stable and restrained. "Have you thought it through?" Du Xiaofu knew why Qin Guyu had come. Looking at Qin Guyu, who could still stand up after suffering such a huge blow, Du Xiaofu could vaguely see himself in him. Qin Guyu looked at the purple-robed young man in front of him and said softly, "I don't need to think about it. I have already made up my mind. I am just waiting for you to recover faster. Since you have already made your choice, let's begin. However, I still have to make it clear that I am not very confident. If I fail, or if you can't endure it, the consequences will be extremely serious. You will most likely lose your life." Du Xiaofu said seriously. "Let's begin. I have been waiting for a long time," Qin Guyu said. His expression was calmer than Du Xiaofu's. "All right then." Du Xiaofu nodded. Then, he went to a quiet courtyard in the mansion. He found Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, Little Tiger, Dark Wolf, and Huan Ying to protect him. After setting up a seal outside the courtyard, he entered with Qin Guyu. In an empty room in the courtyard, Du Xiaofu looked at the ancient jade in front of him and said, "We're about to begin. Your divine watchtower has been shattered. If you want to step onto the martial path again, you'll have to rely on some special method. I can't help you restore your divine watchtower, but I have a special cultivation method for cultivating the physical body. It's especially suitable for people with broken divine watchtowers to cultivate their physical body. It's rumored that if you cultivate it to the extreme, you'll be able to reach the peak of the martial path with your physical body. In addition, I have a special physical body cultivation technique. If you use it with a physical body cultivation technique, you will be like a tiger that has grown wings. However, I am not very confident in this physical body cultivation technique. You can also choose a physical body cultivation technique. A physical body cultivation technique that will allow you to reach the pinnacle of the path of cultivation with your physical body." Qin Guyu's eyes finally rippled when he heard this. His chest heaved as he looked at Du Xiaofu with determination and said, "If I can become like a tiger that has grown wings, then I naturally can't fall behind. Let's begin. All right. Du Xiaofu nodded as he gradually calmed himself down. He took a deep breath and waved his hand. A pill slowly landed in front of Qingu Yu and said, "This is a body protection pill. It can protect your internal organs from the high temperature. I will refine your body later and place some traps on it. If I succeed, it will be a great support for you in the future, but if I fail, you will most likely die. I trust you." Qiangu Yu took the pill from Du Xiaofu without any hesitation and stuffed it into his mouth. He had already spent enough time thinking and hesitating. Since he was here, he could only trust Du Xiaofu. Chapter 472. I'll do my best. Du Xiaofu nodded and formed a seal with his hands. A spiritual stove symbol cauldron immediately condensed in front of him. A blazing aura surged as flames leapt out of the spiritual stove symbol cauldron. The blazing aura caused Qingu Yu's mind to ripple. Now that he had lost all of his cultivation, he almost wanted to crawl and tremble. "I'm going to refine a body for you now. You have to enter my spiritual stove symbol cauldron and refine the impurities out of it. This process is extremely dangerous. If you can't withstand it, then everything will be for naught," Du Xiaofu said to Qingu Yu. "I understand." Qingu Yu nodded and squatted down, before jumping into Du Xiaofu's spiritual furnace and talisman cauldron. As soon as he jumped into the spiritual stove symbol cauldron, Qingu Yu let out a blood-curdling scream. The instant his clothes touched the spiritual stove symbol cauldron, they were burned to ashes by the high temperature. The flames burned his body and his hair stood on end. His long black hair was also burned to ashes. As the flames entered his body, not only his skin, but even the depths of his soul suddenly felt a burning pain. The sudden searing pain caused the ancient jade soul to feel as if it was being evaporated by the high temperature. His skin shriveled up due to the searing pain, just like the skin of an animal that was being burned by fire. Sizzling sounds could be heard as oil began to seep out of his skin. However, Qingu Yu was still a martial lord. Although his cultivation was crippled and his spirit gate shattered, his body was still a martial lord's body. There was still some residual Xian Qi in his meridians, and his mental state was definitely at the martial lord level. After a blood-curdling scream, Du Xiaofu didn't control the temperature of the flames too high. Although Qingu Yu's entire body was in incomparable pain, he was still able to withstand it. Walala! At the same time, the protective pill that Qingu Yu had just consumed also began to take effect within his body. A burst of rich medicinal power spread through his body, enveloping his internal organs and warding off the lethal heat that was seeping into his body. However, the high temperature of the flames still caused his internal organs, bones, muscles, cells and blood vessels to twitch intensely. It was so painful that he could not speak. "I must resist it," Du Xiaofu said to the ancient jade inside the spiritual stove symbol cauldron. His hand seals changed, and a white divine energy spread out from his body, shaking the whole space. Using his spiritual energy to control the temperature inside the spiritual stove symbol cauldron, Du Xiaofu started to forge the eternal jade body according to the saint body secret. In order to help Qingu Yu use the saint body secrets, Du Xiaofu had been taking the time to comprehend the saint body secret. He had also taken the time to refine the protective pill before the kingdom war with the Tianhu Empire. This was the first time that Du Xiaofu was using the saint body secrets left behind by his master, the revered artifact master, so he did not dare to be careless. He was extremely nervous and focused. The saint body secrets were similar to a body refining technique, but it was not the same. It refined the cultivator's body like a spiritual artifact. At the same time, it could refine some beast energy secret techniques and even talisman arrays into the body. At the end of the refinement, the body would be comparable to a Tao artifact, a spiritual artifact, or a saint artifact. If news of Du Xiaofu's plan spread, people would probably call him crazy. Only the current Qiangu Yu would believe that Du Xiaofu could succeed. Of course, Qiangu Yu believed in Du Xiaofu because he had no other choice. If it was in the past, he probably would not have believed in Du Xiaofu. However, Du Xiaofu believed that his master, the revered artifact master, would definitely succeed. It was just that the difficulty was not ordinary. From what his master had left behind, Du Xiaofu knew that his master had experimented with the saint body secrets and had succeeded before. Walala! He controlled the flames in the cauldron to expel the impurities in Qiangu Yu's body. Under the flames, bursts of white smoke burst out, and sizzling sounds could be heard from the cauldron. As time passed, the impurities in Qiangu Yu's body were burned out and turned into ashes in the flames. However, Qiangu Yu was in a miserable state during this process. His skin was about to explode from the flames. The pain was indescribable and indescribable. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to bear it, they wouldn't even be able to bear it. But Qiangu Yu gritted his teeth and endured the inhuman pain. His eyes were bloodshot, and anyone who looked at him would tremble in fear. This was an extremely time-consuming process, and it lasted for a full 48 hours. For Qiangu Yu, this was definitely the longest time he had ever spent in his life. The energy of the body protection pill in Qiangu Yu's body began to disappear. His internal organs, meridians, and blood vessels were twitching under the high temperature. His body began to emit sizzling smoke, which spread out from his nostrils, mouth, ears, and even eyes. However, at least on the surface, Qiangu Yu's body had undergone a huge change. His whole body was shining with a luster, as if he had been poured with metal, and he was emitting a sense of explosive power. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's hand seals changed, and the flames inside the cauldron dissipated by more than half. Immediately, Qiangu Yu's pain lessened by a lot. Next, I will set up some talisman arrays and secret techniques on your body. It should be extremely painful, so continue to resist. Du Xiaofu's face was pale after spending 48 hours in a row. His consumption was astonishing. As soon as Du Xiaofu's voice fell, he condensed a handprint. The mysterious runes of the talisman immediately spread out rapidly, and a faint wave of energy spread around his body. What Du Xiaofu had to do next was to inscribe some special talisman arrays and secret beastly techniques on the ancient jade's body. Adding the burning flames of the spiritual furnace and talisman cauldron, he had to inscribe them in the depths of the bones. Only then could these talisman arrays and secret beastly techniques completely fuse with the ancient jade. And this process was absolutely a huge project for Du Xiaofu. It involved many complicated steps, comprehension of talisman arrays and secret techniques, and finally refining them into Qiangu Yu's body. Any one of these steps was enough to make ordinary talisman masters shrink back, and some talisman masters wouldn't even dare to do it after learning of the process. To Qiangu Yu, this was even more excruciating than the searing pain of his body refinement. The beast energy secret technique and talisman formations were inscribed deep into his bones, and it was far more excruciating than the bone-scraping pain. And at this time, one was willing to take the hit, and the other was willing to take the hit. Even if the revered artifact master himself was here, he would be speechless. It could be said that these two people didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. A moment later, a heart-shaking howl was heard again in the room. Du Xiaofu's hand seals fell on Qiangu Yu's body, and with a radiance of energy, they made Qiangu Yu's body bubble like fluctuations, before disappearing. And during this process, Qiangu Yu was unceasingly screaming. Walala, as the talisman arrays entered Qiangu Yu's body, energy fluctuations began to spread from Qiangu Yu's body. These energy fluctuations were extremely mysterious, as if they could communicate with and absorb the energy of heaven and earth around Qiangu Yu. Qiangu Yu, you have to hold on. Looking at the talisman arrays falling on Qiangu Yu's body, Du Xiaofu's expression became more and more solemn. The talisman arrays continued to be carved into Qiangu Yu's body, causing a strange energy fluctuation to spread throughout Qiangu Yu's body. And so, time continued to pass, and Qiangu Yu continued to scream. Effort and reward were proportional. At this moment, as long as the ancient jade could withstand Du Xiaofu's attack and Du Xiaofu could succeed, the magnificent ancient jade of Tianwu Academy would be able to rise from the ashes and return to the path of martial arts. It might even be stronger than it was in the past. Unbelievable, this is simply unbelievable. There was actually a third person in the room at this moment. Zhen Qingchuan's illusory body had appeared in the room at some point in time, and his inverted triangle eyes were filled with shock and disbelief as he looked at the two arrogant people in the room. With Zhen Qingchuan's keen eyesight and rich experience, he more or less knew what Du Xiaofu and Qiangu Yu were doing, and this unbelievable scene was enough to shock him. Little Tiger and Du Xiaoqing were responsible for protecting Qiangu Yu and Qiangu Yu. As they listened to the incessant screams in the courtyard, their eyes were filled with confusion, but they also stayed close to Qiangu Yu and Qiangu Yu. Even the playful Du Xiaoqing put away her playful thoughts and focused on protecting Qiangu Yu and Qiangu Yu after receiving instructions from her brother. At the same time, in the imperial capital Dragon City, Du Manor, there was an ancient stone coffin in the main hall of the Du Manor, and it exuded an ancient aura. If Du Xiaofu was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this stone coffin was actually the stone coffin in the Du family's ancestral hall in Stone City. For some reason, this stone coffin had actually appeared in the Du household. This stone coffin's aura is ancient, and it seems to have some history. Could it be that this was left behind by our Du family's ancestors? Many elders and experts of the Du Manor surrounded the stone coffin and sized it up. Old 6, Old 5, did you find the treasures of the Du family? Why are you all injured? Why did you bring back a sarcophagus? What about the other members of the family who went to the Stone City with you? An old man asked two pale-faced, middle-aged men in the hall. A pale-faced man's eyes were filled with coldness as he said, "After we went to Stone City, we searched many places, but we didn't find anything special. We also didn't find any information about the Du family's treasure. However, we found that the stone coffin in the ancestral hall seemed to be extremely ancient and extraordinary, so we wanted to take it back for a look. Who knew that the Du family branch in Stone City wouldn't agree and attacked us?" Today's update is complete. Chapter 473. Don't tell me that the Du family of the Stone City has someone who is a match for you? The old man asked doubtfully. Old 5 and Old 6 were both at the Martial Lord realm. How could a small branch of the Stone City have a Martial Lord realm cultivator? The Du family does not have a Martial Lord realm cultivator. Naturally, they were not our match at the start. However, we did not expect that there would be a Beast King realm cultivator in the Stone City. Furthermore, the Beast King realm cultivator's relationship with the Stone City's Du family is extremely good. Therefore, we suffered a great loss. If we did not escape quickly, we would not have been able to return. Another man with a pale face replied. There was still some lingering fear in his eyes. He was extremely wary of the Beast King realm cultivator. That Beast King realm cultivator was definitely an extraordinary existence. Hearing this, the old man's eyes rippled. He then looked at the stone coffin that gave off an ancient aura and said, I did not expect that a small stone city would have a Beast King realm cultivator. However, this stone coffin may have been left behind by our Du family ancestor. Perhaps there are some secrets. The Du family's belongings should be left in our Du household. The Du family's Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaofu are extraordinary. During the battle with the Tianhu Empire's Lu Kuan, Du Xiaofu awakened a type of martial vein. It is obviously related to our ancestor. Could it be related to this stone coffin? If we do not find any treasures in the Du family, then it is very likely that it is related to this stone coffin. If everyone in the Du household can benefit from it, then we will not have to worry about prosperity. One by one, the Du family experts probed the stone coffin, hoping to find some secret. During the battle with the Tianhu Empire's Lu Kuan, Du Xiaofu was simply too powerful. That kind of pressure had shocked everyone in the Du family. If they could find the secret and benefit everyone in the Du family, then the Du family would not have to worry about prosperity. Sigh. Inside the main hall, a burly man let out a long sigh and said in a low voice, "I hope that your actions will not bring disaster to the Du household. Elders and protectors, this stone coffin was left behind by the ancestor of the Du clan. It has always been in the Du clan's residence. We should maintain a respectful attitude towards the things left behind by the ancestor. Let's return it to the city." The Protector King spoke. Lightning flickered in his eyes as he sighed. "Family head, the legacy of the Du family's ancestors should be in my Du residence. Family head, there might be some secret in this stone coffin. For the sake of our Du household, we must not send it back to Stone City." Could it be that the Du family branch of Little Stone City really dares to rebel? The things left behind by our ancestors should naturally remain in my Du palace. Immediately, an old man spoke to the king, feeling that the sarcophagus should be left in the Du palace. "After so many years in the Du household, you all have already taken everything for granted. Today, your actions will definitely bring about a calamity for the Du family. From today onwards, I will begin my closed-door training. You all better take care of yourselves." After the king finished speaking, he sighed and left the main hall. In the room, Du Xiaofu's spiritual furnace and symbol cauldron had already been withdrawn. At this moment, in the open space, there was a figure wrapped in the energy of the world sitting cross-legged. His naked body could be faintly seen. Du Xiaofu exhaled deeply from his abdomen when he saw the figure that was seated cross-legged within the energy. His heart also relaxed a little. Although his face was as pale as ash, his eyes revealed a smile. Was it a success? Zhen Qingchuan's rather illusory figure floated beside Du Xiaofu, looking curiously at the figure wrapped in energy. It should be considered a success, but the rest will depend on him. A smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's face. He had done what he had to do, and now the Qiangu jade had to rely on itself. If the Qiangu jade could successfully fuse with the beast energy secret method and the talisman array, then the Qiangu jade would be able to rise to power in a different way. However, when Qiangu Yu could once again step onto the martial path, how strong would he be? Du Xiaofu could not estimate it. What an incredible method! As expected of the venerable weapon of the Central Plains. Zhen Qingchun sighed. Knowing that the holy body art used by Du Xiaofu was also left behind by the venerable weapon, he was extremely shocked. "Brother Qingchun, I also need your cultivation method." Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. The holy body art was left behind by his master, the venerable weapon, but the body cultivation method was left behind by his elder brother, Zhen Qingchun. The physical body cultivation technique was given to me by someone when they asked me for help. Only those with broken spirit watchtowers can cultivate it, and it's extremely difficult. It requires great willpower and perseverance to cultivate it. This ancient jade can even endure this kind of body tempering, so it's definitely qualified, Zhen Qingchun said. Everything from now on depends on him. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. He had consumed a lot of elixirs and pills in the past few days. However, it was still a little difficult for him to endure. But he had successfully endured it. After that, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged to the side and closed his eyes. He also entered a state of breathing and adjusting his breathing. In particular, he needed to recover his spiritual and soul power. Immediately, his body was covered with a white divine light as he recovered the huge amount of energy he had consumed in the past few days. As Du Xiaofu entered the state of meditation, Zhen Qingchun also returned to the small tower. The room fell into silence. Only the energy fluctuation around the Qiangu Yu could be heard, and there was a faint whistling sound. At night, the bamboo forest was very quiet. In the bamboo forest, CFA was sitting on a bamboo chair in front of the North vanquishing prince. She frowned and said, "The Dew Palace seems to have gone to the Dew family in the Stone City, the place where Xiaofu came from. According to our people, the Dew Palace made a big fuss in the Stone City. In the end, they even robbed the Dew family's ancestor's coffin. However, the Dew Palace seems to have suffered a lot as well. There seems to be a Beast King expert in the Stone City." "What a Dew Palace, what a Dew Palace, they have gone too far. Do they really think that my grandson is useless? Without his parents by his side, anyone can bully him." Hearing this, the North vanquishing prince was furious. On his skinny and dark face, there was anger surging in his eyes. He said to CFA, "Fair, come with me to the brave God Palace. Grandpa, your body is getting worse and worse. If there is anything you need to do, just leave it to me." CFA was worried about her grandpa's health. "You can't do this. The Dew Palace wants to hide what happened in the past. I'm afraid that they don't want to remove the veil. Now that they are bullying people, don't blame me for not being able to stand it. I will remove the veil." The North vanquishing prince stood up. Wearing a plain robe, he looked like a bamboo pole carrying a cloth bag. On his skinny and dark face, there was anger surging in his eyes. Night fell, and the stars shone brightly. Flap, flap, in midair, a flying demonic beast that was not weak flapped its wings and streaked across the night sky. On the back of the flying demonic beast, there were 3 figures sitting cross-legged. 2 men and 1 woman. The 3 of them had extremely grave expressions. One of them was a middle-aged man with a pale face. His left arm was missing from his shoulder. "We are almost there. The Imperial Capital Dragon City is not far ahead. Third brother should be in the Imperial Capital now. Third brother will definitely have a way. First uncle will definitely be fine." On the back of the flying demonic beast, an extraordinary young man softly said. His eyes were filled with unconcealable anger. Early in the morning, there was a mottled halo that shone into the room. Du Xiaofu closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. Half a day and a night quickly passed by. When the mental energy in his body had completely recovered, all the fatigue had disappeared. He slowly opened his eyes. A pale golden light flickered and his eyes became clear. Huff, after spitting out a mouthful of turbid air, Du Xiaofu immediately looked at Qianguyu, who was not far away from him. At this moment, he saw that Qianguyu's body was still surrounded by energy fluctuations. There was no other movement. On the surface of Qianguyu's body, mysterious runes began to faintly flicker. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu seemed to have felt some kind of fluctuation. His eyes narrowed, and he immediately stood up. "Grandpa Xia, why are you here?" Outside the courtyard, the morning breeze blew gently and the air was fresh. Outside the courtyard, Du Xiaofu saw the North vanquishing prince and CFA, who were blocked by Du Xiaoqing and the little tiger, standing outside the courtyard. He was extremely surprised. "How's the recovery of your injuries?" Seeing Du Xiaofu, the North vanquishing prince squeezed out a smile on his wrinkled face. "It's no longer a big problem. I'm almost fully recovered." Du Xiaofu smiled. After patting Du Xiaoqing, he walked over to the North vanquishing prince and said, "Grandpa Xie, if you have something to do, you can just let me know. Why did you come so far? Take care of your body." Du Xiaofu planned to make a trip back to the Chaos Demon City in a few days. At the same time, he planned to ask the Medicine King Yi Wuming if there was any other way to save the North vanquishing prince. "That's good. It's good that you're recovering well. I'm here to see you. At the same time, I have some things to discuss with you. Let's find a quiet place." The North vanquishing prince's smile disappeared and his expression turned serious. He looked at Du Xiaofu and sighed. "Okay." Du Xiaofu looked at the North vanquishing prince for a while and nodded. Naturally, there were many quiet places in the huge Courage God mansion. After a while, Du Xiaofu helped the north vanquishing prince to a small courtyard. Xiaofu, do you want to know what happened to your father in the Du household? In the small hall in the courtyard, the north vanquishing prince looked at Du Xiaofu and asked. Yes. Du Xiaofu did not hesitate and nodded at the north vanquishing prince. His eyes were filled with emotions. I didn't tell you back then because I didn't expect the Du household to bully others. You are your father's son, so you have the right to know. Today I will tell you everything I know. I hope you can be mentally prepared. The North Vanquishing Prince sighed softly. Chapter 474. As soon as North Vanquishing Prince finished speaking, he formed a seal with his hands. On his wrinkled face, a rune light gushed out from between his eyebrows, instantly bursting out with a dazzling light like the bright moon. Then, it illuminated the entire space like morning dew, emitting a faint icy aura. Walala! Du Xiaofu's gaze was fixed on the dazzling rune between North Vanquishing Prince's eyebrows. That dazzling rune light was like a painting in the void being pulled open in front of him. Then, a large amount of rune light fluctuated, causing the space to walala sound. It was obscure and profound, and finally enveloped the space, including Du Xiaofu. His vision blurred, and Du Xiaofu seemed to have appeared in an unfamiliar space. Then, he realized that this space was actually the imperial capital, Dragon City, right outside the Du Palace. But at this time, the space around him was rippling with a mysterious fluctuation, isolating a large area of space outside, only enveloping the huge Du Palace. Outside the Du Palace, there were many ferocious birds and beasts standing in the air. There were ferocious Cheong Chi Kamabas that sounded like a drum, Bais that had 3 heads and 6 tails, and Luan that had 5 colors. Roar! Oh! Many terrifying beasts roared like thunder, their bodies exuding a terrifying aura. The ferocious birds' voices pierced through gold and cracked stone, their bodies were like dark clouds, their aura causing people's hearts to tremble. On top of the ferocious beasts, there were many figures standing. The aura around them was like a dazzling sun, causing people to be unable to look directly at them. It was as if the stars had descended, causing the sky above the Du Palace to be filled with light. It was as if a god had descended to the world, overlooking the world with disdain. Outside the Du Palace, all the people of the Du family trembled and prostrated themselves. Inside the Du Palace, there were only a dozen or so people whose bodies were covered in light, barely able to resist the terrifying aura. Among these dozen or so people, Du Xiaofu saw 4 familiar figures. One of them was the North Vanquishing Prince, who was covered in a cold light, resisting the terrifying aura. The King Protector of the Du Palace was also among them. However, the King Protector was only around 30 years old, still extremely young and extraordinary. His hand was tightly holding the hand of a 6 or 7-year-old boy, whose eyes were already filled with lightning, looking extraordinary. It was the appearance of the Du family Du Chang when he was young. Among the crowd, Du Xiaofu saw 2 extraordinary figures, a man and a woman. The woman, proud and independent. There was no fear in her eyes, there was not the slightest bit of fear as she looked at the terrifying figure like the dazzling sun. There were 2 babies, 2 Dragon King. Beside the otherworldly woman was a young man with a dignified appearance. He was dressed in a battle robe and his fists were clenched. His face was resolute and his eyes emitted cold stars with lightning radiating from them. Father, mother. Seeing the young man and woman, Du Xiaofu wanted to say something, but found that he could not say anything. The young man and woman were his drunkard father and mother, and the 2 babies in his mother's arms that seemed to have just been born were him and his sister. In front of the Du residence, there were 2 old men standing there, their eyes flickering with lightning. One of the old men, who looked to be in his 60s or 70s, stared at the terrifying figures descending from the sky, as well as the terrifying ferocious beasts. Sirs, Du Tingxian and his wife have nothing to do with our Du household, Please do not harm the innocent. Du Tingxian stood proudly on his resolute face, his eyes emitted cold stars, his battle robe fluttering. Facing the terrifying figures in front of him, he shouted, "I have nothing to do with the Du Palace. If there is anything, just come at me. Please do not harm the innocent. Sirs, we have nothing to do with Du Tingxian and his wife. From now on, the Du Palace and Du Tingxian will no longer have anything to do with each other. Please do not harm the innocent and treat human life like grass." In front of the prostrating Du family, many old men opened their mouths, their eyes filled with fear. Under such terrifying pressure, they were very clear that they were no match for them, and had no power to resist. "Ao Tong, did you see that? These mortals are heartless. Come with me." On top of the beasts someone shouted, his voice shaking the heavens, containing endless ancient majesty, like thunder resounding through the sky, reverberating for a long time. "Second Protector, why are you struggling?" The woman looked at the terrifying figure that was as bright as the sun with a pleading look in her eyes. "If you don't come with me, then don't blame me for being impolite." After the thunderous shout, the star-like figure swept through the sky, waving his hand, directly pouncing towards the woman. "Ao Tong, be careful!" Du Tingxian shouted, waving his hand, runes flashing, a fist drawing the thunder clouds in the sky, like a thunderbolt sweeping out. The sound was like thunder, immediately blocking the attack. "Little lowly commoner, you are not qualified." The shout was heard, the light was dazzling, the mysterious runes were monstrous, and a palm suddenly bombarded Du Tingxuan's fist. Boom! There was an explosion in the air, the fist and the palm collided, the energy runes blooming, unexpectedly resisting. Presumptuous! Once again, several star-like figures rushed out, the power was overwhelming, besieging Du Tingxian. Rumble! Du Tingxian resisted with all his strength, and suddenly this side of the world trembled, the surrounding space waves exploded one after another, and the courtyard below cracked and collapsed, then turned into dust in the terrifying energy sweep. The Du family watched, but no one came to help, watching Du Tingxian being besieged. The two old men at the front were fluctuating with lightning, and no one knew what they were thinking. Pucci, finally, Du Tingxian spat out blood from the corner of his mouth, and his body was suddenly knocked back. Step by step, the ground cracked and turned into dust. The people of the Du family who were crawling all around, one after another, retreated, fear in their eyes, as if they were afraid of provoking an unexpected disaster, and no one came forward to care. Tingxian. The otherworldly woman came to Du Tingxuan's side, her eyes were dignified and dim. "Take care of Xiaofu and Xiaojing, I'm fine." Du Tingxian stepped forward, protecting the otherworldly woman. "Let's go, it won't be easy for them to catch us." The otherworldly woman held a jade slip in her hand, and then she crushed it, the surrounding space fluctuated, and then the two disappeared. "We can't escape." Jade strips were crushed in the hands of many figures within the star-like figures. Following which, many terrifying figures and those monstrous ferocious beasts suddenly disappeared. It was as though they had never been here. Walala, the space and the surroundings disappeared, and the imperial capital Dragon City appeared clearly. Countless gazes were fixed in the direction of the Du family, and they trembled in fear. No one knew what happened in the Du family. The scene in front of him disappeared, and Du Xiaofu's consciousness returned to the small hall. His eyes were moist, and his fists were clenched tightly. "Father, Mother," Du Xiaofu called out softly. Being in the Du family, the blood of the Du family's ancestors flowed in his veins, and they were of the same origin. Those people of the Du family actually watched as his father was surrounded by experts, and their own family was in danger, but the Du family was so heartless. The North vanquishing prince looked at Du Xiaofu, and on his wrinkled face, there was a hint of heartache. "Back then, your father took out a Huangji pellet from the Tianwu Academy. Do you know about this?" "Yes." Du Xiaofu looked at the North vanquishing prince and nodded. "When he was in Orchid City, He already knew about this from Aunt Shan and Ouyang Shuang. This was also the reason why his father was listed on the Tianwu Academy's bounty list. The North Vanquishing Prince's eyes flickered, and his expression sank. The Du family's Du Chang was born, and his talent was extraordinary. According to what I know, the Du family hoped that Du Chang's future would be bright, and they wanted to obtain the Huangji pellet from the Tianwu Academy. They wanted to give Du Chang the Huangji pellet from the Tianwu Academy to strengthen the Stone City's Du family. But who would have thought that not only did the Du family sever ties with your father, they even ignored the Stone City's Du family. Heartless and heartless. Du Xiaofu clenched his fists, and his clear eyes flickered with anger. He didn't expect that his father took the Huangji pellet from the Tianwu Academy for the Du family's Du Chang. And when his family was facing a strong enemy, the Du family was heartless and heartless. How could Du Xiaofu not be angry? At this moment, Du Xiaofu was angry for his drunkard father, and for himself, a descendant of the Du family. The North Vanquishing Prince hesitated for a moment before continuing to speak to Du Xiaofu. I received news that not long ago, someone from the Du family went to the Stone City's Du family. There should have been quite a bit of conflict, but in the end, the Du family seized a stone coffin from the Stone City's Du family. They suspected that it was a treasure of the Stone City's Du family that could benefit the Du family, so they planned to take it for themselves. Boom! Following the North Vanquishing Prince's words, a golden light shot out from Du Xiaofu's eyes. A wave of qi rushed out from his body, and his eyes were filled with anger. Every time he woke up from the stone coffin, the elders of the Stone City's Du family would specially warn him that the stone coffin in the ancestral hall was something left behind by the ancestors of the Du family. If he climbed into the stone coffin again, he would be severely punished. Now that the stone coffin had arrived at the Du family's ancestral hall, Du Xiaofu definitely knew what had happened. How could his first and second uncles, as well as the elders of the Du family, allow others to touch the ancestral hall so easily? Even if it was the people of the Du family, they definitely wouldn't allow it. Unless the people of the Du family had already made a big fuss in the Stone City's Du family, and with the Stone City's Du family's strength, it was impossible for them to resist. Early in the morning, outside the Courage God mansion, 2 men and a woman arrived. One was a young man, one was a brawny man, and the other was a woman. The young man was brawny and wore a cloud robe. He had an extraordinary aura, and his shoulder-length black hair fluttered in the wind. His bronze skin had a faint xian qi luster flowing on it. The brawny man was brawny, but his face was pale and his brows were tightly knitted. The woman had a graceful figure, and her black hair was as smooth as a waterfall. Her hair was tied up in a loose bun. At this moment, the 3 of them had solemn gazes. When they saw the 4 words in front of the Courage God mansion, their tense gazes relaxed a little, but they were still extremely solemn. Who are you looking for? The Courage God mansion is refusing to see any guests. Please leave. Outside the Courage God mansion, a guard came forward to inquire. Every day, there would be various forces from the imperial capital that came to seek an audience with the Courage God mansion. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to fulfill their wishes,